I'm going to be talking about what products work best for taking care of hair. This is my agenda. I'm going to be talking about my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, secondary research, primary research, and hypothesis. My problem statement. Many people struggle with damaged hair caused by poor hair care, bad habits, harsh products, and lack of nutrients. My scientific questions. What nutrients help hair stay strong and healthy? How do harsh chemicals from dyes, perms, and relaxers damage hair? How do people how do hair products affect strength, hair, and hair breakage over time? These are my stakeholders. Nutritionists can help people improve hair through proper diet and intake. People experiencing hair damage, dryness, hair loss are directly affected by poor hair care. Professionals who provide advice and treatments that promote scalp and hair health. Nutrition can help your hair if you have lost or don't take care of your hair. These are my secondary research. My primary research. I did interviews and surveys. My interviews, I asked questions on what is your biggest struggle when it comes to maintaining your hair. And one of my survey questions I asked was, what is your race and hair types? This is my hypothesis. If people use hair products that focus on moisture, like oils and conditioners, their hair will become softer, stronger, less prone to breakage because moisture helps improve dryness, hair dryness. This is my data. I asked, what is your natural hair type? Most people said curly. And then, how do you describe your hair texture? 50% said fine. Why do hair type matter? The different hair types like straight, wavy, curly, and coil hair each need different care. If used the wrong products, it can lead to dryness, oiliness, and damage. Curly and coil hair usually needs a lot of moisture. The best products include leave-in conditioner, creams, moisturizers, shampoos. These can help with frizz and keeping curls soft. Wavy hair. Wavy hair needs lighter products using things like mousse or lightweight conditioners. Help define waves without making the hair heavy or greasy. It's all balanced. Straight hair tends to get oily faster because of its natural oils moving down the hair easily. That's why lightweight products like volume shampoo and dry shampoo works best. Dry or damaged. If hair is dry or damaged, it needs repair and moisture products like deep conditioners, hair masks, and treatments help restore strength and prevent breakage. Oily hair you can use clarifying shampoo and dry shampoo. They remove excess oils and keep hair longer without washing. My takeaways. The main takeaways is that you should always choose products based on your hair. Moisture is more important for most hair types, but heavy products don't work best for everyone. My conclusion. In conclusion, the right products can make a big difference in how your hair looks, feels. Everyone's hair is different and make take time to find what works best. My next step. If someone was to do my capstone project, I would say you should try like experience and then try it on other people and see if it works. And then this will help me because I don't know like what type of hair I'm dealing with when I go into cosmetics school. And these are my references. Any questions? Zoe.
I noticed that you had your scholarly articles on one of your slides, but I think you skipped over them. Can you go back and talk about those?
Basically, they was just talking about like poor hair care and how you can help it, and what can happen if like you bleach your hair too much and stuff like that. Any other questions?
Okay, my name is Makayla, and I'll be talking about the troubles of nursing. Today I'll be going over my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, my primary research, my articles, and my hypothesis and conclusion, and more. My problem statement: during the nursing major experience, many students experience lots of mental stress that could lead to a lack of in work or performance. My stakeholders are the students because they're the ones going through the stress, the teachers because they are teaching the students with stress, the parents of the students going through the stress, the schoolwork that's causing them stress, and healthcare institutions that the students may be working in. My scientific questions are: what causes students the most stress in the nursing major experience? Does the stress cause a lower performance in work or activities? And how do educators acknowledge their student stress and help them find ways to cope? My first three articles is about the stress, how stress causes students to lose motivation in their major and causes burnouts. My second theory is about how educators should take more measures to understand their students and their stress and help them find ways to cope to ensure like better performance. And my last four is about how stress is still increasing to this day and is affecting students with their performance. For my primary research, I did surveys and interviews. I made my surveys on Google Forms, and they included questions about where do the stress come from, what causes the stress, and how it affects them in their work and activities. I also did a few interviews asking the same questions, but getting more in-depth answers, because on the surveys, they can only pick a few answers. I contacted college students that I knew and asked them to send my survey out to people that they know in the nursing major, and I also knew a few of my own, so I sent it to them also. So after my research, I predicted that students will enter the nursing major and their mental stress would increase because of the workload and all of the pressure that they're experiencing, and it will cause them to have lower performance in their work or activities. For my ethical standards, I let all of my participants know that it's completely optional and that they are able to opt out or not do the survey at any moment if they feel like they're being pressured or they don't want to answer it no more. And nothing of their personal identity will be shared, but that the project will be shared with others, but they will know who answered the questions. I will go over all the data to ensure that everything is accurate and make sure to tell participants to answer truthfully. Any obstacles I may face is like a lack of participants to get information. To overcome this, I made sure I had a good amount beforehand. So for my first question, it was one of my scientific questions: what causes the most stress within a nursing major? And as you can see, most of them says the exams causes the most stress. Have you noticed any decline in your grades after experience higher stress levels? More than half of the participants said yes, which answers my scientific question number two by showing that the stress that they're experiencing is affecting them and their performance. My third question is, am I able to keep up with the workload? More than half of them couldn't say yes or no, so it was like neutral. So that means like sometimes they may be able to keep up with it, but sometimes it may be too much. They may be stressed or burnt out. Do you feel as if your stress has increased since entering your nursing major? Everyone said yes, so that's something that proves my hypothesis. I have a recording of an interview I did, but before I play it, some of the notes that I put is she said having to learn so much for a test causes her stress, and when you first join, it would be like a shock because like you wouldn't be used to doing all the work that you're doing now. No, I'm gonna try to play it. So, do you think your professors like acknowledge stress that you or your peers may have?
Oh yeah, they always um kind of ask us like how we feeling, and telling us the same thing, like we have to prioritize, and you still have to have self care, and you got to take that time to kind of like so you don't get overwhelmed and you don't get burnt out because it is a lot. When you get in it, you're gonna be like, oh my god, like it's a lot. So you just gotta make time to study. You gotta go to class. You gotta make time to just do everything, and just stay on top.
That answer my third scientific question. Does the professors acknowledge stress that they have? And as you can see, some do. She said they make sure that they ask how they're doing and make sure they keep a personal life so they won't be so overwhelmed by the work they're doing in their major. For my conclusion, only part of my hypothesis was true, and I was able to answer all of my scientific questions. Students definitely experience more stress and sometimes experience burnouts, but for my results, it does not make them like want to drop out of the major or quit. It just like stress them out a little bit, but they want to still finish it. And professors do acknowledge their health, mental health. For future capstones or anyone who wants to continue my project, I would suggest doing an experiment to see firsthand like how they're affected by stress that they may experience, changes it will make. It will bring more awareness to stress that college students experience and could encourage more professors to have more ways to help their students deal with their stress. My next steps, this project connects to me because I'm going to college and I will be nursing. I will be majoring in nursing. And this project helped me realize how important it would be to prioritize my stress and time. These are my references. Any questions? Yes, Zoe?
I have a question about the long-term impacts of stress on nursing students. So I guess my question is, how do you think stressed out nursing students, once they graduate and have patients, how do you think the stress from their schooling affects their ability to be good nurses in the future?
Um, I think that the stress that they went through will like help them feel more like less stress when they're actually in the real world because they already experienced the stress going through the school and maybe like working in institutions with like practice patients. So if they're experiencing stress like in a long-term way, they'll be able to cope with it easier or like it wouldn't affect them as much. Any more questions?
Okay, well, this is my capstone project about do teenagers still trust the media? And I'm Ayanna, class of 2026. This is my problem statement. With misinformation and social media dominating how young people get information, it's unclear how much teenagers trust professional journalism compared to social media platforms like TikTok or Twitter. Oh, this thing isn't working. These are my scientific questions. One is, do teens trust news from journalists more than news from social media? Does using social media for news more often make teens more or less likely to fall for misinformation? And what makes teens decide that a news post is trustworthy? These are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders is teenagers. They're the main group affected, and they form opinions based on media exposure. And my secondary stakeholders is parents because they have to deal with the teenagers. This is my secondary research quotes. Most of my articles were just about teen media usage and their trust in media and how much it helps with development or how much it hinders development. This is my primary research proposal. I sent a survey to staff and students with questions about their trust in social media and how it influences them. And then after the survey, I interviewed volunteers to gather more detailed and personal responses about their experiences with social media. And then I created a table of data that displays trends, patterns, and honest responses collected from both the surveys and interviews. Here are my ethical standards. Basically saying that I wasn't gonna hurt anybody or do anything anybody didn't want to do. This is my hypothesis. Teenagers tend to place more trust in information they encounter on social media platforms such as TikTok and Twitter than in traditional journalism sources because social media feels more relatable and is frequently shared within their peer groups. Here are my survey questions. Do you use social media? Do you watch the news? Do you usually form an opinion on the information given to you by news sources? What social media platforms do you use? How do you watch the news, etc.? Here are my interview questions. I ask questions like, how much do you trust the information you see on social media and why? And questions like, have you ever believed information online that later turned out to be false? How did it make you feel? Did it make you view the source differently or similar sources differently? Here are some of my quotes that I got from interviews. Someone said, I'd rate my trust in media as 7 out of 10. I didn't grow up watching the news, so now I usually research things myself to make sure that they're true. That's a 17-year-old girl. And then this is a 17-year-old boy. This is, I'm usually careful about trusting social media news and prefer to fact check it myself. If I had to choose, I trust TikTok and have more global news for Instagram and for more local news. Here's my data analysis. Table 1 shows that only a small percentage of respondents would rather get information from social media rather than traditional media outlets. And table 2 shows that majority of respondents either prefer social media or don't watch the news for primary resources. And here are the answers to my scientific questions. Many teenagers still use and trust social media for news more often than traditional journalism sources, although some participants said they trust official news outlets more. Teens who rely heavily on social media are more likely to encounter and sometimes believe misinformation before fact checking it. And most participants said that they trust posts more when the information comes from a well-known source, reputable news outlet, government website, or when they can confirm it through their own research. My conclusion is the findings show that teenagers rely on social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram for news because they're more relatable, easy to access, and commonly used among peers. At the same time, research revealed that misinformation on social media can influence how teens view and trust information online. Overall, the project demonstrated that social media has a major impact on how teenagers receive, evaluate, and trust news compared to traditional journalism sources. Here's my next steps. And I plan to go to college for journalism and marketing and with a minor in communications. And this project basically just showed me how much people trust the news. And in the future, I would tell future people to research more age groups other than just teenagers, because teenagers are easily swayed and they're impressionable. Here's my reference pages. Thank you. Any questions? Zoe. Oh, Ms. Owens.
Hi, Ayanna.
Hey.
Personally, what do you think? Where do you think you get most of your information from? So, like, what social media source or source?
Well, I get a lot of my information from like international news sources because I've heard that our news sources aren't really reliable right now, because of like the political situation of the world. So I try to get it straight from government news sources and then go outside to see what that says about the government news source. Yes.
Over the course of the last week, we've seen a lot of projects talking about AI and like deepfakes and that kind of stuff. I'm curious how you think AI and deepfakes affect students or like teenagers' trust in social media or in news.
Well, I think that AI kind of, right now, AI is advertised as having the solutions instead of like creating more problems. So I don't think they really realize that the information that they're getting from AI isn't gonna be the most reliable information, even if it seems to have all the answers.
take it. Hello, my name is Tamyra Glass, and today I will be talking about how dairy affects the body. This is my project overview. I will be outlining the problem, my investigation, and results in conclusion. Problem statement. Some people from the ages 5 to 25 are lactose intolerant, so milk often causes stomach pain or bloating. Drinking too much milk can lead to acne or higher cholesterol. Most people are often misled by marketing, thinking that milk is healthy when it can actually cause health issues for some. Many people, especially during childhood and teenage years, drink milk believing it's healthy, but for those who are lactose intolerant, it can cause stomach pain and long-term digestive issues. These are my scientific questions. How does regular dairy consumption affect the body? How does lactose consumption influence digestive health in lactose intolerant versus lactose tolerant individuals? Do individuals who consume dairy regularly have different levels of gut bacteria like bifidobacteria compared to those who avoid dairy? These are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are people who consume dairy regularly, teens, 13 to 18 years old, cows because of how they're processed or how milk is processed. My secondary stakeholders are dairy farms, dairy brands, and products that uses dairy like yogurt brands or dessert brands. This is my supportive research. Article 1 talks about the bacteria that forms in your gut after consuming dairy. And the other two basically talks about how drinking or eating dairy can balance out your gut. This is my primary research proposal. My primary research will examine how consuming dairy in the morning affects the body in both teens and adults. Participants in the study will eat or drink a dairy product such as milk or yogurt every morning for several days. After consuming dairy, participants will record how they feel and note any physical effects they experience, such as changes in digestion, energy levels, or discomfort. The purpose of this research is to observe patterns in how dairy affects the body and to determine whether regular morning consumption of dairy produces noticeable effects in teens and adults. These are my ethical standards. All participants will volunteer willingly and will be informed about the purpose and the process of the study before participating. Participants will not be required to share any personal information, and their responses will remain anonymous. Participants will also have the options to stop participating at any time if they feel uncomfortable. Because the study evolves around consuming dairy products, participants will be asked beforehand if they have any allergies or to dairy, and those participants will not be allowed to participate to ensure their safety. All data collected will only be used for those educational purposes. All data will be used for educational purposes only, which is my capstone project. This is my hypothesis. If teens and adults consume dairy products every morning for several days, then some participants will experience noticeable physical effects such as digestive changes or changes in energy levels. This is my experiment overview. So for my project, I did the experiment with 3 people over a 3-day period to study how dairy affected their energy and mood throughout the day. Each person recorded before and after they consumed dairy and how they felt. And I also interviewed a few people asking them questions about dairy. These are my interviews.
When I eat dairy, I be having to go use the bathroom like 5 minutes after I'm done, so it be running through me.
it don't really affect me in any way because I'm not lactose intolerant. So dairy doesn't really affect me in a bad way. I don't really like it because you know it's a bad taste to me. I do drink it a lot, often eat it a lot as well with a lot of my food. It's very nutritious. Also helps me feel refreshed before I really start my day.
My next question was, do you feel that any benefits come from eating or drinking dairy? Well, I guess we're going to skip that one. Ms. Banks. It said request access. So basically what I learned from them was like basically a lot of people have like digestive issues after drinking dairy. That's what basically everyone was talking about. Okay, so this was the experiment. So these is my observation notes. So day one, participants drank and ate milk with cereal. 2 out of 3 participants reported having stomach discomfort after drinking the dairy, and 3 participants reported feeling more energized during the day. Day 2, yogurt and string cheese were most consumed. All participants reported staying full longer after eating the dairy, and then 1 participant reported having stomach discomfort. And then day 3, it was just overall positive moods from everyone, but 2 people reported having stomach discomfort. And these are my data analysis. So these were 2 questions that I asked. Do you consume dairy regularly, and which dairy product do you consume most often? So the first one, 2 people said no, 1 person said yes. And then the second one, 1 person said yogurt and 2 people said ice cream. And then I did the before and after questions. So the question was, after consuming dairy, how do you usually feel? 1 person said more energized, 1 person said no difference, and 1 person said tired. After, everyone said more energized. Do you experience stomach discomfort after eating or drinking dairy? Before, 2 people said no, and 1 person said yes. After, everyone said yes. Do you include dairy in your daily breakfast? Before, 2 people said yes, and 1 person said no. After, 3 people said yes. Do you think dairy is overall healthy for your body? Before, 2 people said no, 1 person said yes, and after 1 person said no, 2 people said yes. In conclusion, the results of this suggest that eating or drinking dairy may positively affect people's energy levels and appetite. Most participants reported feeling more energized and satisfied after consuming dairy products consistently for 3 days, although the results varied slightly between the participants. The experiment showed overall positive effects of dairy on daily wellnesses besides the stomach problems. For my next steps, if anyone wants to take on my capstone, I would advise you to do more interviews or get more people to do the experiment, since how it's about dairy. A lot of people ain't gonna want to eat it because people are lactose intolerant. You know what happens. So yeah, and then I plan on going to Grand Valley State University in the fall and majoring in forensic science and criminal justice. While this don't really have anything to do with my project or my major, it helped me stay organized and focused on one thing, and it helped me study better. This is my reference page. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
I have a question about if you found out the reason or the cause of like lactose intolerant. Did you in your research find any information about like why people develop this over time versus being born with it?
Yes, so in most of the research, it was basically talking about how, like, I would say humans, they're not supposed to be drinking like milk from a cow, like, anyway. And it was like when you're lactose intolerant, it means like your body can't break down certain stuff that's in the milk. So that was basically what I got out of the research. Any more questions?
Hi, my name is Nyah Phillips, and this is my project about the effects of derealization. Today I'm going to be outlining the problem, my investigation, and results and conclusion. Number one is my problem statement. Derealization is when everything around you feels fake or dreamlike, like you're watching life instead of living it. It can be scary and confusing, especially for teens who don't understand what's happening. Many people go through it on a daily basis, stress, anxiety, like when you're at school, but it's not talked about enough. More awareness and support are needed so people don't go through it alone and don't feel misunderstood. My scientific questions: how does lack of sleep affect the likelihood or intensity of derealization episodes? How does social media take an effect on derealization? And how does stress or anxiety level relate to how often people experience derealization? Stakeholders: people who don't experience derealization struggle to feel connected. Teens and young adults who are dealing with anxiety or trauma that can go on to cause derealization. Mental health professionals like therapists who provide diagnosis, therapy, and coping strategies. Families and caregivers who support their loved ones, help them get treatment. Secondary research: derealization is when someone feels like the world around them doesn't feel completely real. A person might feel separated from what's happening around them or like they're observing life instead of living it. According to Mayo Clinic, stress and anxiety and not getting enough sleep can make these feelings happen more often. Since many teens deal with stress from school and sometimes don't get enough sleep, they may be more likely to experience derealization. Research shows cannabis can affect teenagers' brains, like brain development, making it harder to focus and remember things. It's also linked to anxiety and depression and symptoms like feeling disconnected from reality, which also can go with derealization. Teens who used to use cannabis can also still be in effect with them, causing them to experience derealization still. My procedure: first, I created a survey with questions that involve derealization symptoms like sleep, stress, and personal experiences. I included questions about their age, gender, and grade level, whether they heard of derealization before. The survey also asks if these experiences happen more during times of stress or anxiety or when they were just tired. Then I asked questions like questions that involve any symptoms of like derealization. My ethical standards. For this project, ethical standards were followed to make sure participants felt safe and respected. The survey and interview was voluntary, meaning people could choose whether or not they wanted to participate. Participants were not asked for names or anything, so their answers were completely anonymous. If any participants felt uncomfortable in any way, shape, or form with answering any of my questions, they would not have to respond to the survey at all or the interview. All responses were used only for this project. My hypothesis: teens who have more stress, less sleep, or use cannabis are more likely to experience derealization. Going back to the secondary research, things like stress, lack of sleep can cause these feelings, and cannabis is linked to disconnection, so I predict teenagers will report more with derealization symptoms. Data analysis. Here are my interview questions. I had asked people, have you ever had moments where your surroundings felt like unreal? If you have ever felt disconnected from reality, what does it feel like when you're disconnected? How do these experiences affect your emotions at times? And have your experiences changed over time? With all 7 people I interviewed, most of them gave very detailed answers about how they experienced derealization in their own way. A lot of them said they feel disconnected from the world, especially at school, because of stress from assignments and not knowing what to expect when they got home. Some also mentioned dealing with these feelings make it harder to tell what feels real or not. Like they're always questioning reality in a way. Most of them said when they feel like this, it puts them in a very low or depressed mood and makes them like overall feel heavier. Problems I encountered, one problem I ran into during interviews was finding a quiet place. A lot of locations were noisy, which later on made it hard to hear and review the interviews clearly. Survey results. Most participants 17 through 18 at 35.7%, followed by ages 15 and 16, which is 21.4%. This help shows that most responses came from teenagers. 69% of participants are female, while 28.6% are male. Almost half of participants have never heard of the term derealization before this survey, this showing that this topic is not well known. 78.6% had said they have felt like their surroundings seemed unreal. 86.8% said these feelings occur when they're tired or overwhelmed. And about 65.8% said these experiences made it hard for them to focus in school or work. My next steps. The next steps I plan to take is try to spread more awareness to this issue to teens and young adults so they can get a better understanding on what's going on with them and get medical help and attention they may need. Here are my references. Any questions? Zoe?
So it sounds like people can kind of experience this without ever having known about it. My question is how or what solutions or like coping strategies do you know of that could help somebody who might be experiencing symptoms of derealization?
I'd say like finding a hobby that like calms you. Something that works for me is like painting, drawing, reading, writing, like anything that can really calm you in a way. That's it. Mr. Worm? Some kind of medical treatment that you would receive is just like heavy like loads of therapy to help basically help get a better understanding of it from your therapist and then prescribing the right medication for you so you can really get better. I have not did that, but I feel like it's a better choice for you to go and seek medical attention and don't do what I did. Any more questions? Oh. Any more questions?
Okay, I can start. Okay, I'm nervous. Okay, hi guys. I'm LeRya, and today I'm going to present my capstone project, which is about understanding the science of grief. This is my agenda. I'll be outlining the problem, which is my problem statement, my scientific questions, and my stakeholders, along with my investigation, my literature review, my procedure and hypothesis, and results and conclusions, which is my data, my next steps, and my Q&A. This is my problem statement. I'm saying that many teens experience prolonged grief that affects their sleep, their emotional well-being, their mental well-being, and however, people don't really know how people cope with grief yet, so they are still in the works of figuring out, which is why I'm going and doing this project. These are my scientific questions. One, how does prolonged grief affect the hormone regulation and brain activity in teenagers? What changes in sleep patterns or physical health are linked to chronic grief? And how do coping strategies like journaling or therapy influence stress hormone levels? And then 4, what connections exist between emotional expression and physical expression in grieving teens? These are my stakeholders. Therapists and counselors are my primary, along with teachers and school social workers, mental health clinics, and unfortunately funeral homes, along with support groups and family and friends. Now, these are my primary ones because these people are the ones who mostly are the people you can go to, or mostly the people that are the main people that people think of you can go to. For my secondary, I have 2 websites at the top, which is Start My Wellness and Brain and Body. And these websites basically help you take grieving surveys, so you can choose how you want to go on with your grieving process. And then funeral homes and cemeteries, unfortunately, benefit, so they are also in my secondary stakeholders. This is my primary research, which is what my project was about and what I was going to be doing. So I was going to conduct a audio and video session with some students talking about grief, and I did, but they did not want to be on the slides because they feel like either they looked ugly crying or they sounded ugly crying. So, but other than that, I was gonna have a session with them, and that would be structured for them to open up and give dialogue on their coping mechanisms in their own words, along with expressing their feelings and their memories and what they use to go on about their days and go about their life after grieving. This is my secondary research. These are all links. Most of them, 3 out of 4 of them actually talk about how you can cope and what mechanisms, they give you, what's the word? Suggestions. So they give you different suggestions that you can use. That's what 3 out of 4 of them. And then the one that's not like that is the second one, which is the Mayo Clinic. Basically, they're giving their experiences so you can try to relate to other people. These are 2 of my scholarly articles. So these are about neurobiology of grief. So basically, this is about how you share grief with other people and how also you change in your mind, body, and you adapt with grief. These are the complications with grief and how you may think you don't know what you're going through, but there are people that can help you understand what you're going through because it's difficult. So you will find with these 2 links, and one of them is actually a paper article you can read that you can find out about the ways you may be grieving. These are the evolutionary and adaptive perspectives, which Archer and Bowlby both basically are given their perspectives and along with their friends' perspectives on how they experience grief with different things. So I believe one of their friends experienced grief with their mom and then the other one was with the dog. So he compared the difference and he's like, grieving you can't really compare grieving. If you use, say you lose a pet and then you lose a parent, okay, that's grieving is different on different levels, but you still lose someone or something that you love and trust or had for a long time. These are my next two, and this is Walter and Rosenblatt. Walter basically proposes that grieving is a social process. So, like, it's not something that you can rush. It's not something that you can say is going to be okay in the next week. You have to let it go through and go through the stages of it. And then Rosenblatt, he basically says that the different people around you can influence how you grieve. So you can be around people who are negative energy and they can help you grieve in the wrong way and have you act out, other than you being around people who want to empower you and want you to do better so you can grieve and do all that in a positive way. This is my fifth one and my final ones. The Science of Loss, which is Kubler and Tonkin. Basically, they are giving their perspectives on grief and how they went and used their own research and found out how they got understanding how people go through their own grief and how people understand what they're going through. That's what they're talking about. This is my hypothesis. I said if grieving teens regularly use coping strategies, such as journaling or therapy, then their stress levels will be lower than teens who do not use these strategies because emotional expression helps reduce long-term stress. My ethical standards: respect the sensitivity, confidentiality, accuracy, and avoiding harm. And avoiding harm and respect the sensitivity are the same. I didn't want my people who volunteered to be in my experiment to really expose too much if they did not want to. I wasn't going to force them to do any or say anything they didn't want to say. Confidentiality, only me and Zoe would know like what was really going on and what the real research was. And accuracy, I used real data from myself because I did my own research. This is the data, and I made a pie chart, and it's so cute. It's pink. So originally, like I said, I was supposed to insert audio or video, but I couldn't because they did not want to be on the slides. So I took that data and I made a chart. And I rounded them, and I rounded when I said, but 63% of people basically said that journaling and small activities help them with grieving and help them get their mind off of it. And then 38% of people said that they use other mechanisms and other techniques to cope and heal because they felt like those techniques wasn't helping. Okay, and then these are the other ones they use, which is, like I said, journaling and writing, which is the highest on here. 27% of people use it. Exercise and physical activity, 20% of people use that. Mindfulness and meditation, 15% people use it. Talking like to family and friends, that would be 13% of people. Listening to music and just sitting there vibing and chilling is 10%. And drawing, arts and crafts will be 8%, along with spiritual and religious practices will be 7%. If anyone was to have my project, these would be my final plan or plans for them to have. I feel like they should expand this project and they should have a larger amount of people do it, and along with the bigger age group. I was mostly with the same age group, around the same people. And then I feel like they should also have more questions. Like I feel like you should find people that want to say more and want to do more with their participation. References. My conclusion is basically that the results support the hypothesis that teens who use coping strategies such as journaling or therapy tend to have lower stress levels than the people who do not, and more people do use it. And in the data, that most of the people using emotional outlets, while a smaller group rely on less structured methods, that suggest that having a consistent way to express emotions may make it easier to manage grief and reduce stress over time. Overall, the findings indicate that coping strategies play an important role in emotional well-being during difficult experiences. And my next steps after I finally get this presentation over, because I'm so scared still, and I plan to go to Grand Valley State University to further my education, and I will major in business to develop my skills needed to grow and manage my lemonade business. Alongside, I want to minor in psychology to better understand human behavior and emotions, which can help me improve how I connect with the customers and my decision in both my personal and professional life. Any questions? Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm so nervous. And I got to use the bathroom. They can still see me. They can still see me. Oh. I got to find me. I need one of these.
Questions for you?
Okay.
My first question is about those graphs you had. Can you tell me where you got, like, how you made those graphs?
I actually, ooh, that's kind of loud. Sorry. There we go. Okay, I actually used all my research data and used the AI to create my graphs. So I gave them my percentages and my people and how many people I used from my surveys, and they made the graph.
Okay, it was at ChatGPT?
No.
No, what AI did you use?
It was what is this called? It's like an AI chat making thing. I found it on Google.
Okay. So that,
They
okay.
literally only make charts. The little pie
That's fine.
charts.
You don't remember the name of it though?
Nah.
Okay, no worries. And then my follow-up question is, what strategies or coping skills do you think people should practice in preparation for grief?
I feel like people should practice maybe journaling, because I used to journal, so I feel like people should journal and talk to people, even if they talk to like people they never talked about their grieving to before, they should talk to them about it, because it'll be new to them and also new to them talking to them about it, so they'll have a new perspective. Yeah. Yay. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Milania Davis, and this is my capstone project on fashion disaster. This is my agenda where I'll be outlining the problems, my investigation, and results and conclusions. For my problem statement, here's my problem statement on how have different animals and animal-derived materials such as fur, leather, and feathers been used in the U.S. fashion industry over the past century, and how has this practice evolved over time. For my scientific questions, how do the physical properties, durability, texture, and tensile strength of animal-derived materials like leather, fur, and feathers compare to synthetic alternatives used in the U.S. fashion industry? Second, what is the measurable environmental impact, carbon footprint, water usage, chemical waste of producing animal-based fashion materials versus plant-based or synthetic alternatives used in the United States? Third, how does consumers' knowledge of animal welfare and sustainability influence the frequency of purchasing animal-based fashion products in the U.S.? These are my stakeholders, primarily consumers who buy animal-based fashion. Their choices are directly affected by awareness of animal welfare. Fashion retails and brands, they produce and sell the products and response to consumer demands. Ethical fashion advocates organizations that influence consumer knowledge and behavior. Secondaries, market researchers and industry analysts, they study and report trends in consumer behavior. Media and advocacy groups, they shape public awareness and perception indirectly. This is my secondary research literature review, how consumers make purchasing decisions in clothing and accessories. Here's my first scholar articles, 1 and 2. California became the first state to ban the sale and production of a new animal farm products through Assembly Bill 44. This law was created to protect animals from cruelty and encourage the fashion industry to use more sustainability and ethical alternatives. This essay explains how the debate over animal has changed the way people talk about ethics, fashion, and consumer choices. It also shows how both anti-fur and pro-fur arguments influence public opinion and modern culture. This is my third to fourth starter article. This study discusses the importance of improving animal welfare and ethical practices in the fashion and lifestyle industries. It also encourages designers and companies to take responsibility by using more sustainable and human production methods. This message questions whether animals should still be used for fashion because of the cruelty involved in producing fur, leather, and wool. It also explains that the fashion industry could switch to safer and more ethical alternative instead of harming animals. Here is my fifth to sixth scholar article. This article explains that the fashion industry often ignores the ethical treatment of animals while using them for products like fur. It argues that animals should not be treated as materials for profit and that animals' rights should be included in the discussion about fashion ethics. This study explains how consumers react to animal cruelty in the luxury fashion industry after watching awareness videos from PETA. It shows that many people blame fashion brands, customers, and other groups for mistreatment of animal use used for luxury products. Here's my 7 to 8 slide article. This message explains how the fashion industry is divided between sustainability brands that avoid for and luxury brands that still promotes it. It also explores why consumers continue to buy both loyal for and folks for even with growing awareness about sustainability and animal cruelty. This article explains that the fashion industry affects billions of animals each year through materials like wool, fur, leather, and silk. It's also focused on the ethical issue in these supply chains and encourage customers to choose more human clothing options. Here is my 8 to 9 Scotty article. This chapter explains the ethical issues surrounding the use of animals in fashion and cosmetics, including for products, farming, trapping, and animal testing. It also discussed how cultural views of fashion and beauty influence normal morals, concern, and can lead to changes in the law and animal welfare standards. This article explains how the fashion industry greatly harms the environment through pollution and carbon emissions. It also introduced sustainable fashion as a way to reduce these environmental problems by creating more responsible clothing practices. My gosh. Here's my primary research, observation, and explanation. When I went to Walmart, I know the location, but it's where I see the behavior of what people usually picked up and purchased, and all these designs and labels for different types of products, cruelty-free or vegan. Here's my ethical consideration. Inform voluntary participants. Make sure participants know the purpose of the study and that participation is completely voluntary, confidential, and privacy. Keep all participants' information anonymous. Data integrity. Record data accurately and honestly. Anticipated challenges and solutions. A challenge I anticipate is participants may not answer honestly or fully. My solution to this is to make the questions clear, anonymous, and stress there are no right or wrong answers. My hypothesis is I predict that people will continue to buy fashion created from animals even with prior knowledge of it. Here is where I categorize observe behavior and patterns where most participants focus on shopping focus, clothing over shoes, accessories. All participants prior over quality, feel softness. All participants secondary price over prices. All participants material awareness also over prices. Most participants with texture preference, soft over roughness. All participants visual preference, looks and style matters. Non events. Animal material awareness, no considerations. Consistent patterns, decisions decision process, feel, looks, and price. This is my conclusions where I found my problem statement to be correct. My findings do confirm my stakeholders to be consumers, media groups, fashion brands, and ethical fashion organizations. Based on my research, my hypothesis is correct as when interviewing my participants, they responded, I mean, they report that they shop for clothing that feels nice and looks good with no particular awareness to what the products are made of. Based on the research, the answers to my scientific questions are material derived from animals have a more strong and long-lasting effect when used and are more durable than synthetic alternatives that can be broken down more easily based on being made by fake fur and plastic. Producing animal-based materials can cause greenhouse gas emissions, water pollution, notoriously poor waste environments, and is responsible for GHG emission worldwide, including 4% of global CO emissions. Consumer knowledge on animal welfare and sustainability was not a major factor in decision making, as in my experiment by participants mainly focused on appearance, comfort, softness, quality, and price. My next step is future capstone. Understand your project fully. Use class time wisely. Things I learned is different animals are priced differently. And my next step is to go to college and major in fashion design. Here's my first page, and here's my first page references, my references, and that's all. Answer any questions? Yes, it's Zoe.
So my question is, how do you recommend people identify and avoid animal-based clothing? Like, how can they tell if something has animal product in it, and how could they avoid using it?
I think you could either research that, or or you could you could easily recognize how animal fur and fake fur is basically different, because the texture of how they feel, because for one, so animal fur is way more comfortable, and because have a lasting longer effect, but when you use things that are made out of plastic, whatever, it does it has a more rougher texture. And also if you want to become a fashion designer, you could easily recognize the what's different between animal based products and the alternative products that are derived by using materials of plastic, and that, and the plastic, and fake materials that you know plastic, and cardboard, whatever, that type of stuff. But either way, yeah, that's it.
All right. My name is Takai Allen-Ivory, and my project is about screen time management. This is the agenda, which is everything I'll be talking about throughout this presentation. Problem statement. Having a low amount of screen time management can cause negative factors like bad sleep intake, production rate, and problems with engagement levels. These factors are important in society since they lead to goal success. Scientific question number 1. What is the relationship between lack of screen time management and stress in teens? Number 2 is how is excessive screen time connected with the decline in future adulthood? And the last one is how do different types of screen content impact the development of a brain? Stakeholders. The stakeholders are the people who are affected by the problem in an important way. For the primary stakeholders, I chose students, workers, and teenagers. And for the secondary stakeholders, I chose school, districts, businesses, and parents. This is how the primary stakeholders are affected. For students, excessive screen time can affect the student's ability to focus on their academic tasks, which can ruin their academic performance. For workers, excessive screen time can lead to burnout and decreased production, which can drain them mentally and overall impact their well-being throughout work. And for teenagers, excessive screen time can affect the development of a teenager's brain, causing a lack of potential growth. For the secondary stakeholders, the school districts, excessive screen time within their schools can cause chaos and lower safety as it can lead to more violent movements like cyberbullying and instigating of fights. For businesses, excessive screen time can drop collaboration and production within the crew members, overall dropping the business's profit rate. And for parents, excessive screen time can increase parents' stress levels and burnout due to the struggle to set screen time management for the children. These are 6 scholarly articles I chose throughout my research. For time's sake, I'm not going to explain every one, but the overall is that they're talk about the different levels of screen time management and how it affect different demographic, like students, teenagers, and like the mental impact of screen time management. Primary research. I conducted a survey on Google Forms that consisted of 8 questions that all revolved around the participant's screen time management. I also did 2 interviews at UPSM with 2 students that have completely different backgrounds like occupations and after-school activities. The overall plan of this research is to analyze the data together to highlight the outcome of different amounts of screen time management and seeing if personal status have anything to do with the screen time management. Survey questions. These are the 8 questions I use for my surveys, which is how old are you, what gender are you employed, are you a student? In the last week, on average, how many hours a day do you spend on technology? How many hours of sleep do you get a night? How engaged are you when completing objectives? And what will you rank your stress levels 1 through 10? For the interview questions, I said, how do you think technology affect your work habits? In what ways do you address the potential negative impact of a high amount of screen time? How do you manage your daily screen time? How do you think balancing screen time affects our daily lives and overall well-being? What are some things you experience when struggling with screen time management? What role do you think social media play in making it harder to manage screen time management? In what ways do not managing screen time affect hobbies and activities outside of school? And the last one is, if you could rank how dangerous lack of screen time management is on a scale 1 through 10, where would you put it? Ethical standards. These are the rules and principles I followed throughout my research to make sure everything was completely legal. Informed voluntary participation. I made sure that all participants understood the purpose of the research and noted how I prefer all authentic responses in order to receive the most accurate data. For privacy, during the research, I refrained from asking questions that could identify the participant and kept the participants' receipts anonymous in order to protect privacy during the research. For integrity, to confirm the data collected is accurate, I use the same questions even for different age groups so that once I analyze it, the chance of the data being all over the place and unstable is low. And the last one, do not harm. I never stated or asked about any personal information that can make the participant uncomfortable or spark any past experiences that would harm them. Hypothesis. I believe that lacking screen time management will always lead to less production and engagement levels. I believe this just because of my personal experience with screen time management. Interviews. All right, hello. Who am I here with today?
Zavante Davis.
Jamere.
What is your occupation?
Um, I work at McDonald's and I am a student athlete.
I just be in school. I ain't got no job right now.
All right. How do you think technology affects your work habits?
I feel like it distracts a lot of people. We supposed to be doing one thing, but you got that thought in your head to be using your phone, and you 9 times out of 10, a lot of people gonna take that chance and pick their phone up.
To be honest, I just think it keeps me distracted. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like a lot of times I don't get done what I'm supposed to be doing because I be on my phone just scrolling.
In what ways will you address the potential negative impacts of a high screen time? So, like spreading awareness.
Oh, like how would I spread awareness?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I feel like the smartest way would be to put it online because I mean people are already on their phones. So if you wanted to spread awareness about something, just put it online.
I feel like what you're doing right now, going around asking people questions about it, and it's kind of gonna make them acknowledge, like, dang, I do this and I do that, and then how you about to make a whole project about it and slides and stuff. I feel like that's really cool, and that's a good way to, you know what I'm saying?
If so, how do you manage your daily screen time?
How do I manage my? Okay, so I don't manage my daily free time, but if I did, I would probably not get on my phone until like after I get in the shower or until I really needed to. Yeah. Probably not be on my not be on my phone during class. Really unless like I needed to, like if I need to like chat GPT something. Like yeah.
So I don't really be managing my day screen time for like not purposefully. I think it's more of a habit. I'm not in my phone all day, so I kind of make it a habit not to be in my phone all day, and I kind of know what it can do. Like you get on your phone all day, it's gonna distract you from doing work. You try to make money, school, all of that.
Yeah. How do you think balancing screen time affects our daily lives overall?
People get lazy, like, and then the phones, it generally can. I feel like it can actually mess with your head. A lot of people don't know how to like just go through our life without sending their phone. They be in their phone so much they don't even know how to talk no more.
Balancing screen time could affect our daily lives like in a good way because I mean it would like help you get more stuff done so you're not just on your phone all day. Yeah.
What are some things you experienced when struggling with screen time management?
Procrastination for sure. Like I just be scrolling for hours and hours, and then next thing I know, a work deadline come up, and I'm cooked because I've been on my phone. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I said, being lazy. Like I'll do my work and then I open my phone for 1 second, then I forgot I was doing work. I'm on my phone scrolling on reels now, you know.
Yeah. What role do you think social media plays in making it harder to manage people's screen time?
So a lot of people use social media to do the wrong thing, and I feel like when people do it so much, it's kind of get addictive, and now people just don't want to stop, and they're not gonna try to manage. It's like if you're doing something for so long, why do I feel like I gotta stop now just cause like you feel me?
I feel like it plays a pretty big role actually because I mean everybody's on social media. People can kind of get absorbed into what they see on social media. You know what I'm saying? So like fitness models, all that, and like everything. Making people get distracted from what they really need to do, making people seem like social media is real life, or really social media it's not really what it is.
In what ways do not managing screen time affects your hobbies outside of school?
Outside of school, hmm, I feel like it's really the same thing inside of school, cause I feel like if you got a hobby outside of school, it's a hobby, so you might not use your phone to do it, but if you in your phone all day, you're not gonna be able to find that chance to even find you a hobby. You feel me? Like, man, a lot of people hobbies is just scrolling on reels.
I mean, once again, like you're just not gonna get stuff done. Like man, like yeah.
All right. If you could rank how dangerous the lack of screen time management is on a scale through 1 to 10, where would you rank it?
A solid five because at the end of the day it all comes down to the person.
I feel like it's different for everybody, but majority I say 8, at least like an 8 or a 7, because the phone's got to do a lot with everything. Like a lot of people don't know that, but being in your phone really can like make you miss a lot of stuff. Just work stuff happen outside. It's just people need to stay off of that and actually do what they need to do. You know what I'm saying? Like
And then this is some statistics I got from my surveys, which is how old are you? Most of my participants was around 16 to 18. What will you rank your overall stress levels? Most of the people say it was like neutral at like a 5, which means they don't really got no stress levels. In the last week, on average, how many hours a day do you spend on technology? Most people said 5 through 10, which is a lot. In your opinion, how engaged are you in completing goals? Again, most people said they're very engaged. So what I got from this data is that even though a lot of people have a lot of screen time, and lack of screen time management, it doesn't really affect their stress levels, and it still don't like change anything about them being productive or succeeding at activities or objectives. Just some other survey data I didn't put on the last one. Conclusion. With most of my research participants being students that state that they have bad screen time management but still have low stress levels, it's safe to say that scientific question number one, what's the relationship between lack of screen time management and stress in teens, is solved. The outcome using the statistics from participants highlights that there isn't a relationship between the two, and that the risk of lack of screen time management isn't major due to the common thought that it depends on the person. And that it doesn't decrease their growth factors like sleep intake. But on the other hand, the secondary research followed the claim that having a low amount of screen time management can cause negative factors like bad sleep intake, production rate, and problems with engagement levels. So in conclusion, I haven't received the official conclusion, but on the topic, I have been left with another question after the study. If students understand the risk of lack of screen time management, why do they continue to do it? This question leads me to another idea that maybe the impact of screen time management factors teenagers' mental awareness of the cause. But I won't get to talk more about this topic until like another project. Next steps. I will be attending Grand Valley University for electrical engineering, and while my project doesn't connect to my career goal, it's still an important project, and maybe it could be used for like future projects at UPSM. Like they could use different type of problem statements like the one I just found in my last conclusion, and maybe use that to like get more research and data. Any questions? Zoe.
So I know you said that your project doesn't really align with your future goals after high school for engineering, but my question is, how do you think the knowledge of the problem is going to help you while you're in college? Like, how do you think the things you've learned will help you do better with your screen management?
So because of my major, I have to lock in a lot within college, and I feel like after doing this study, I got more knowledge on the impact of how it can like mess up your awareness. You know, even though a lot of people say it doesn't matter, if you look at the research, it does matter. So I would use that to actually stay locked in throughout college. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
My name is Justin. My project is about the 2027 Super Bowl, Detroit Lions versus Buffalo Bills. I will be talking about my problem statement, my stakeholder, and my scientific questions, my literal, my produce, my hypothesis, my data and research. Next step, and any questions. My problem statement: do injuries during the regular season impact the Detroit Lions getting to the Super Bowl? My scientific question: how do injuries during the regular football season impact the Lions get into the Super Bowl? What type of injuries are common in football in the NFL? How many players were injured last year in the NFL? My stakeholder, fans, athletic, my secondary sport team, organization, staff manage, or stadium manage, media and social media platforms. My ethical standards, provide personal info from fans or players should not be shared without permission, consent, pro prepared should agree to be part of the research before giving input or info. Honestly, all data collected should be reported truthfully without changing results. Respectfully, everyone involved in the research should be truthful with respect. These is my articles. My surveys and interview questions. How do they affect the Detroit Lions and the Buffalo Bills making it to the playoffs and getting into the Super Bowl? What type of injuries are common in football? Injuries during the regular football season impact the Detroit Lions get into the Super Bowl. How do injuries during the regular season impact the Lions get into the Super Bowl? How many players were injured last year on the Detroit Lions? During the regular season, what would impact the Lions get into the playoffs going to the Super Bowl? How does the injuries impact the Lions making it to the playoffs and making it to the Super Bowl? What will affect the Detroit Lions players and the Buffalo Bills players cause of injuries during a regular football season in the NFL? My hypothesis, I think the Detroit Lions going to win the Super Bowl versus the Buffalo Bills in 2027. My dating results, who you think will win the 2027 Super Bowl, Detroit Lions or Buffalo Bills? 50% said Lions. My final plan, going to a trade school for construction in the future so I can build houses. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
So based on so I saw that you had scholarly articles, but you kind of skipped over them. Could you go back and talk about some of that research that you found?
I found about the articles is the players getting concussions and when they play and get like injuries.
Morning, Justin. Oh, yep, sorry. I'm talking quietly because I think it's going to project. Okay, so I get why we want the Detroit Lions in the Super Bowl. What made you choose the Buffalo Bills as like the other team that you were?
Because they both good teams.
Oh, okay, so they're like the teams that you think are most likely.
Yes.
Okay, cool. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aiyanna Davis, and this is my presentation on the historic evolution of childbirth practices and perceptions. For my agenda today, I will be outlining my problem, my investigation to that problem, and my results and conclusion. This is my problem statement. Between the 18th and 20th centuries, childbirth in the Western world shifted from home births led by midwives to hospital deliveries managed by doctors. These changes, influenced by evolving gender roles, medical authority, and cultural beliefs, continue to shape how childbirth is practiced and perceived today. These are my 3 scientific questions. The first one being, how does childbirth in the 18th century compare to childbirth in the 20th and 21st centuries in terms of practices, safety, and maternal experience? 2, how have societal changes, including evolving gender roles and medical authority between the 18th and 20th centuries, influenced modern childbirth practices and perceptions? And 3, how does the environment of childbirth, home versus hospital, affect stress, comfort, and satisfaction levels for mothers today? These are my stakeholders. For my primary stakeholders, I have women or mothers as they are directly affected by childbirth, obstetricians as they are the professionals who guide and manage childbirth, and expected families as they support mothers emotionally and physically during childbirth. My secondary stakeholders are medical students and educators as they study how childbirth has changed over time and how society and medicine influence those changes. And public health officials and policymakers as they create or teach health policies that can impact maternal care, access to midwives, and birthing options. This is my literature review, things that I searched up to get my secondary research, one of them being history of childbirth practices, another one being midwifery and obstetrics in different eras. These are my first and second scholarly article from Thomason and Trubber. Results suggest that until the late 1930s, when sulfa drugs were developed, medical intervention had a limited impact on maternal mortality. For Lester and Risco, this article talks about the difference of childbirth between the 19th and 20th century in Brazil. So from the 1930s and below, it was more so centered towards midwifery care. From the 1930s to the 1960s, that's where we see a mix and a teamwork between doctors and midwives. And from the 1960s onwards, that's where we see doctors become more prevalent in that field. For my third and fourth scholarly article, I have from Dye. This article talks about how historians' recent interest in the history of childbirth and how the experiences of pregnancy and birth have affected women's feelings about themselves and their role throughout American history. From I don't want to butcher that name, but this article talks about providing the mother with optimal care by taking into account the culture of the woman. So some cultures, they utilize urine throughout the process. Other cultures, they eat specific foods during that process. So just being aware and being understanding of those practices. For my fifth and sixth article from Malcolm, Hippocrates sparked a revolution in women's healthcare, and his legacy is the bedrock of OBGYN's scientific spirit. So Hippocrates is just a historical figure who, again, sparked the revolution for women's healthcare that we see today. From McIntosh, however, even for those midwives who were church licensed and pillars of their community, there has lingered the suspicion that they were potentially engaged in superstition, witchcraft, abortion, and infanticide. So even though, again, midwives were the bedrock for that community and for helping women get through that difficult time, they were also laced with suspicion of the things that were going on, as back then pregnancy was more so involved with superstition and witchcraft. If things go wrong, they will blame it on the midwives, basically. For my 7th and 8th article from History Calling, that was a YouTube video I watched. This video basically talks about the dangers of childbirth for past queens, one of them being Queen Victoria, and basically how dangerous it was in the past for them. As again, it wasn't as clean back then. They didn't have the hygiene practice that we have now, as well as the queens. There was a lot of pressure on them to be able to conceive a male here. So that, again, also contributed to the dangers of childbirth for them. And from Nelson, this article talks about how the medical field has come to impose on women in their choice when giving birth, and how by addressing these concerns, we are able to provide a person-centered, respecting birthing care. So again, just be respecting of their cultures and how they want to approach their care. From Lynn, this article talks about being understanding of cultural practice, again, regarding birth, so as to offer quality care to women in one of the most life-changing events of their life. And from the history of childbirth, forceps were invented in the 18th century. The tool is still used today in order to move babies through the birth canal when they become stuck. Since they could use forceps, male midwives and physicians claimed that they were superior to female midwives. As I said, midwifery was more so a female-dominated field in the 1930s and below. And but when this tool came in place, forceps, that's when male midwives and physicians came into play and decided to claim the right that they were more so superior in this right because they were also able to aid in the childbirthing process. So this is my primary research. I decided to do observation and interviews. So for my observation, I went to the Fieldhouse Health Fair on East Jefferson Avenue, where I observed body language, if people were standoff to the side, being stiff, etc. The types of booths, so if they were informational or more hands-on, and the type of people present, if they were in their middle ages, medical professionals, etc. For my primary research, I did an interview. I planned to do a focus group, but again, I couldn't get all my participants, I couldn't get all of them in the same place at the same time. So I just decided to do an interview instead, in which I asked my participants questions and prompts based off of my problem statement. My number of participants were 4, but there were supposed to be 6, which is where things went wrong. The location was just any public place that was relatively private, as well as online. I couldn't be able to get 2 of them in the same room with me. I asked them, 2 of my questions that I asked them were, how do different settings affect how safe or relaxed someone feels? And have people come to trust medical intervention over natural processes? If so, why? So for my ethical considerations, I had all of my participants sign an informed consent form detailing the in and out of my project and explaining to them that this was all voluntary and their information will remain anonymous and confidential. And the participants will be addressed in order with code names. I documented everything to the best of my ability and voice recorded it, which I let my participants know to cross-reference in case I missed anything when I was just listening. And again, my anticipated challenge was getting them all in one place at the same time. And to solve this, I just tried to communicate with them and get at least most of them to come. And when that didn't happen, again, I switched to just doing it online. So based on all my secondary research and things that I have researched again, I predicted that most people will choose hospital birth over home birth due to its decreased risk over the comfort of home birth. So this is my results from my observation. So from the Fieldhouse Healthcare, I observed the event structure, the information sharing, and the healthcare features. So the event structure, it was more centered towards seniors, but the staff were, again, very knowledgeable on things within the healthcare system, and they're very, very thoughtful, very willing to share. The information, there was leaflets, business cards, event flyers, and there was also a free screening with consent forms letting you know that this is all voluntarily. And there was also the Wayne State Mobile Health Unit. They also let me know that there's also a mobile health unit centered towards OBGYN care for women that are just not able to go in and go see a doctor personally. It was very accessible and affordable, so again, there was affordable care. There's follow-up resources from the leaflets and business cards letting you know who you can reach out to after the fair. It was also family-centered care. There's kit items and an inclusive environment. So when I was there, I was also giving a ball as well as a coloring book. And from this, I observed that the evolution of childbirth in the past had limited access, less regulation, and less education, while in the modern age, we see that it's more accessible, more regulated, and more education-focused, and more family-centered. So going on to my interview, these are my interview questions. I asked my participants 9 questions. For the first one, I asked them, do you believe childbirth has improved over time? Why or why not? What makes childbirth feel safe to someone? Has a hospital or home setting fulfilled that feeling for you? How do different settings affect how safe or relaxed someone feels during childbirth? Have people come to trust medical intervention more than natural birthing processes? If so, why? Has trust in doctors changed over time? If so, how has this affected who people believe should make decisions during childbirth? 6, based on your experiences or observations, how seriously do you believe women's choices during childbirth are taken? Do you think this has changed over time? How do you think changing roles of women in society have affected childbirth experiences and expectations? Do you believe emotional care is valued as much as medical care during childbirth? Why or why not? And 9, what older beliefs about childbirth or women do you think still influence childbirth today? So throughout these questions, I decided to make it easier for myself and for the audience, I decided to encompass them into 4 themes. The first one being trust in medical professionals, the second being home and versus hospital birth, the third being women's choices and control, and the fourth being changes over time. So for trust in medical professionals, most of my participants expressed greater trust in medical professionals and hospitals because of improved safety, technology, and emergency care. However, some also expressed the concern that the mother's emotions and input can become overshadowed due to this importance to their health. So participant 1 expressed the concern of the fear of anything going wrong, which is why they trust the hospital more so than your home. Participants 2 and 4 also focused on postpartum depression, again showing how, or they expressed a concern how the emotions after the birth or after the birth are not so much taken into account, and is more so taken into account during the process more so than after. And participant 4 again was talking about how emotional care is also just more taken into consideration during childbirth, where we should have programs, or there should be more awareness towards those programs for the mothers in case they, again, experience postpartum depression or anything that would affect their emotions and how they feel towards their baby. So for home versus hospital birth, all of my participants much prefer hospital birth over home birth due to timely access to medical staff and equipment. Participant 1, again, just the fear of anything going on wrong. The childbirth is a medical process as well as a natural process. Anything can go wrong at any given time, so just having that timely access medical care is very important to them. Participant 2 was talking about how due to our technological and medical advancements, a home birth is still a good option for childbirth. So again, we have made many advancements in technology as well as medicine. So even though hospital is the much preferred option, home birth is also a good option for people that prefer that comfort, and we still have medicine and things of that nature that would aid in that process at home. So participant 2 believes that in the perspective of the hospital, their job is mostly the medical part, and the family is supposed to take care of the emotional part. So again, bridging off the emotional value, they believe that even though the hospital, in the perspective of the hospital, they should focus on and are more responsible towards the health of the mother. And while the emotional care is still valued, it's not something that they really should be responsible for. That should be something that the family and the people around the mother should be more responsible for and should be able to take care of. For women's choice and control, all my participants expressed the sentiment that women's choices are taken into account during childbirth, with emphasis on patient rights and regulations like HIPAA. So my participant went in situations when the mother is thinking head over heart, the doctor would normally make the decision. So even though they, let me skip that. Hold off on that a little while. My participant 4 also expressed or mentioned how in emergencies like car accidents. So again, even though we have evolved and our gender roles have evolved, women have more choice and things like this, there are also again like accidents where car accidents where they're not able to make that choice for their baby and for the safety of their baby. So it would be handed off to their emergency contact or whoever is the most responsible, or if they don't have that, it would go on to the doctor where they would make the most responsible choice for the mother. Again, changes over time. With the many advances in the medical field and regulations, all of my participants believe that childbirth today is much safer than it was in the 18th century. So participants 3 and 4 mentioned painkillers, things to numb the pain, and sterilization. Again, we have hygiene practices, more advanced hygiene practices than it was back in the day in the 18th century. And we have painkillers, things to numb the pain for the mother to make the process although difficult, much more easier. And participant 3 expressed that and believes that women should stay in the hospital a little longer after childbirth. So even though, like they said, we do have these changes over time, but we still need to, they believe that there still should be more emphasis on maintaining the woman's health and make sure that after the birth, they are much more taken care of and that their health will eventually go back to the way it was before the birth. Not completely, again, childbirth is a major life event for women, but again, try to restore them eventually over time. So this is my conclusion. So I found out that my problem statements is to be correct based off of all my information. My findings does support that women / mothers, family, etc. are my key stakeholders, and my hypothesis is correct as all my participants much prefer the hospital setting during childbirth, again, due to technological advances, medical advances, etc. So based on my research, the answers to my scientific questions are, so for the 18th versus 21st century, 18th century childbirth was more high risk due to limited knowledge on women's health and incorrect hygiene practices, whereas in the 21st century, while there are still risks involved, it is more controlled with the addition of doctors, medical technology, and pain management. 2, the impact on societal changes. So it moved to a male-dominated field past the 1930s, where doctors have the main authority and becoming more regulated, and medical lives with a focus on safety, education, and patient rights. So this was in the 1930s to 1960s. Now we can see that this field is it's a more so female-dominated field due to, again, being more sensitive to women's health again. And for the third, home versus hospital birth today, home birth focuses on comfort while having less medical support, while hospital birth focuses on safety, which can feel more stressful or less personal to the patient. And for my next steps, so for future capstones, I suggest they do their primary research early, as I believe that if I did my primary research more early than I did now, I could have had that focus group like I planned. And just practice doing your presentation, make sure you memorize what you're saying, and that you actually know more in depth of what your project is. I learned that the medical world is ever-changing. There's always things being added, always things that could be corrected, and care can be delivered in many different ways. Again, like how now in the hospital it's more centered towards the health and the patient, where we can also incorporate the emotional value and things of that nature. And for my next steps, I plan to go to college, and I plan to, my career path, I plan to become an OBGYN, which is why I chose to do this project. And these are my references. And questions? Zoe?
I actually have a question. You mentioned HIPAA a few times. Could you explain for the audience what HIPAA is? And also, could you talk about how you made sure that you weren't sharing people's health information, the HIPAA requirement?
Okay, I'll answer the first one. So for HIPAA, basically it's just a set of regulations for the hospitals and medical field to make sure that you're not, that the patient's information and personal information remains confidential and it's not being shared out to the world. And can you say your second question again? So I made sure I wasn't violating HIPAA with my project. Again, I had all my participants sign an informed consent form where it detailed what my project was about, the questions I was going to be asking them, how this had no danger to them whatsoever, again, that they will remain anonymous. All that I asked them was their age, if they experienced birth directly or indirectly, and again, just making sure that they, again, remain anonymous and none of their private information was being shared out. I would also like to note that I had, again, my 4 participants. 3 of them were in their middle ages, 1 of them being a male, and 2 of them was, 2 of them were women in their middle ages, 1 of them being a male in his middle ages, and I had an elderly lady who was in her 70s. So again, that's it. Any more questions?
Okay. Hi, my name is Gabrielle, and this is my project about the psychological effects of true crime media on teenagers. Whew. This is my agenda, my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, primary research, secondary research, hypothesis, ethical standards, data, conclusions, references, and my next steps. This is my problem statement. While high school students are increasingly exposed to true crime media, it is unclear how this consumption affects their personal safety, habits, and daily levels of hypervigilance. My project will examine how exposure to violent stories can lead to numbing, fear, or anxiety, and changes how teens perceive safety. These are my scientific questions. How does frequent exposure to true crime influence a person's interest in violence? How does constant media exposure to true crime influence fear and anxiety? And how does watching true crime affect high school students' empathy? These are my stakeholders, my primary and my secondary. My primary stakeholders are high school students, teachers and counselors, and parents and guardians. My second stakeholders are social media and law enforcement. This is my primary research. For this project, I conducted my primary research by designing and distributing an online survey to investigate the psychological effects of true crime media. The main aim is to examine the psychological impact of true crime media consumption. This is my secondary research. 75% of true crime fans say they consume it to understand the psychology behind terrible acts. True crime fans also say it's linked to higher fear of crime, but also to better emotion regulation for some. True crime documentaries and podcasts directly increase fear of crime and lead people to adopt more protective behaviors like locking doors and avoiding certain places. Most teen viewers reported low to moderate fear after watching, but those with stronger curiosity feel more engaged. This is some more secondary research. Some teens feel fascinated by criminal characters in true crime and social media, while others feel horror. It depends on how they perceive good versus bad. Social media turns true crime into forensic fandom. People get too hooked, posting theories and forming one-sided emotional bonds with victim or cases. Childhood violent media exposure predicts higher violent behavior later. True crime makes people feel both threatened and strongly fascinated. Scared because it could happen, but excited because it's not happening to them. This is my review on scholarly articles. After reviewing recent scholarly articles, studies on true crime, a clear but complex picture emerges. True crime content strongly attracts teenagers through morbid curiosity and a desire for understanding, yet it often comes with heightened emotional costs. This is my hypothesis. Teenagers who frequently consume true crime media will report greater negative emotional changes, such as increased anxiety, more self-questioning, and heightened emotional responses to the crimes they learn about compared to teens who consume little or no true crime media. These are my ethical standards: consent, honesty, privacy, confidentiality, no harm, approval, and fairness. This is my survey. I email surveys out throughout the school, and I also distribute them out to the community to collect broad data on different perceptions of crime. These are the questions that I asked. Where do you learn crime? How does it make you feel? Did learning about crime make you question anything about yourself? If so, what? Did learning about crime make you perceive anything different? And what crime did you learn? This is my data analysis. When I asked people where do they learn crime, most people said social media. The other half said TV, and only a little bit people said class. I asked people how they make
them feel. Most people were interested, most people were neutral, and the other people just felt bad. Did learning about crime make you question yourself? One half said yes, and the other half said no. This is my other data analysis that I didn't need a graph for. When I asked what crimes they have learned, they said murders, robbery, car incidents, shooting, and gun violence. I also asked, did learning about crime make you perceive anything different? Mostly everybody had something different to say, stating that they feel we always lived in a terrible world, sadness, fear, and becoming more aware of surroundings. I also did an interview. For my interview, I found 2 students that were actually interested in crime to ask them a couple questions so far as how does learning about crime make you feel, and why do you think people commit crimes? My first participant was very empathetic. It made them feel sad and curious. And they thought people committed crimes from stuff like trauma, poverty, anger, or bad influences in their life. My second participant was very interested, and they said people committed crime for power, excitement, or revenge. I did come into an ethical standard problem. I sent out my survey, and I said free Chipotle. I am very sorry about that. It's no free Chipotle. If anybody, one person do want Chipotle, I will buy it. Sorry. My conclusion, true crime media affects teenagers in different ways, depending on personality, emotions, and media habits. While some teams watch true crime to understand criminal psychology and stay informed, overall, true crime has both educational and psychological effects, showing that media can strongly influence how teens think about crime, safety, and the world around them. My next steps for upcoming seniors: take your time on your project, dig deep into your research. I could have found some crimes that actually happened and investigated the crime and found out what was the motive behind the crime from the team, but I didn't. For my next steps in college, I want to go to college for business and have my own business for cosmetology. My other plan was to go to college to study psychology to understand how the brain works. These are my references. Thank you and congratulations, class of 2026. Any questions? Yes, Zoe?
So, are you someone who consumes true crime podcasts or TV shows?
Yes, I watch documentaries.
Okay, and I'm curious, how have you seen heightened emotional responses or wariness in your own life as a result of consuming that media?
Like other teens, I do watch around my surroundings now more often because you never know who's around you and what they could do.
Good morning, everyone. This is my presentation. It's on cybersecurity education. My name is Kaiden Bright. This is the table of contents. This is basically everything that's going to be in my presentation. Starting off with the first section, this is my problem statement. During everyday internet use at home and at school, high school students and staff at UPSM are at risk of experiencing cybercrime, especially when visiting less secure websites or sharing personal information. Malicious software can cause long-term security risks that affect individuals' safety, trust, and ability to function online. These are my scientific questions. Starting off with number 1, how often are students and teachers at UPSM High School affected by cybercrime? Number 2, how aware are students and staff at UPSM High School of cybersecurity risk? Number 3, how can cybersecurity being a part of our education help individuals be prepared for cybercrime? Next are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are students at UPSM and teachers and staff, because students are the most frequent users, making them the most vulnerable to cybercrime. And teachers and staff can have their operations disrupted and be concerned over cybercrime. And my secondary stakeholders are school admins in IT and parents and guardians, as they are often affected by cybercrime too, but they are they're usually affected by it because of others. Starting off with the second section, my secondary research, I don't want to mess up this name, so I'm not going to say it, but the first study was one that was meant to it was meant to find out, it was meant to research if one-time online safety lessons were enough to change students' behavior online. My second scholarly article is by Raman. It's a article that was published in 2020. It's about how cyber education helps students better identify threats before they can become a serious problem, and it connects to my project because students use the internet for school and social media and other personal things, so they need instruction on how to protect themselves when they're using those things. My third and fourth secondary research that are pertaining to my project, this one is basically just, the third one is basically just talking about how teachers should be trained so they're able to confidently teach cybersecurity in school. And my fourth secondary research article explains that schools may face challenges when creating a cybersecurity curriculum. This is my primary research proposal. The goal of my primary research is to understand how often students and staff at UPSM are affected by cybercrime, how aware they are of cybercrime, and how individuals respond to these situations. To accomplish this, I will collect both quantitative and qualitative research data through surveys and interviews. I will collect both quantitative and qualitative data through surveys and interviews. The survey will gather measurable data about cybercrime experiences, while the interviews will provide deeper insight into personal experiences and cybersecurity awareness. This research will help identify patterns, knowledge gaps, and whether UPSM students need more cybersecurity education or resources. And a step by step of how I wanted to accomplish this was by creating a short survey for students and staff at UPSM that would ask questions about their age, role, grade level, and their experiences with cybercrime online, and their various habits that they may have, like using stronger passwords. I wanted to conduct interviews to learn more about personal experiences and opinions, and I wanted to compare the surveys and the interviews responses to find common patterns between the two. These are my ethical considerations. Voluntary participation. Participants will not be forced to take the survey or interview. They can choose not to participate, skip any question, or stop at any time without penalty. No rewards, threats, or pressure will be used to make people participate. Privacy and confidentiality. No names, addresses, contact information, or other personal identifiers will be collected. Survey responses and interview notes will stay anonymous. Data will only be used for the data will only be used for my Capstone project and will be reported in a group form. Consent. All participants will be informed about the purpose of the research before they begin, and they will know that the responses are being used for a school capstone project about cybersecurity education and cybercrime awareness. Data integrity. I will record and analyze my responses honestly without changing and manipulating the results. My conclusions will be based on the actual data collected and not personal opinions or assumptions. And the steps I will take to reduce risk. The survey and interview questions will avoid asking for private or identifying details. If a question makes someone uncomfortable, they will be allowed to skip it, and data will be stored securely in Google Drive, where only MXZO will have access. This is my hypothesis. I believe that if students and staff at UPSM have limited cybersecurity education, then they will be less prepared to identify, prevent, and respond to cybercrime. I expect that people with more cybersecurity awareness will report using safer online habits such as stronger passwords, avoiding suspicious links, and recognizing online scams. Starting off with my interviews, I wanted to basically just summarize what I talked about with the people I interviewed. The participants mostly discussed about my questions about cybersecurity awareness, online safety habits, and how prepared students feel when facing cybercrime. Some participants explained that students use technology every day, but are not always taught to protect themselves online. A theme for my interviews is that cybersecurity education should be taught more clearly in school. Participants say that students need practical lessons about spotting scams, protecting personal information, and knowing what steps to take after a cybercrime incident. The participants of my survey also believe that cybercrime education could help students feel more prepared and safer online. Here are my survey results. I'm going to skim over them because I didn't really get enough people to do my survey. Starting off with the roles of the people who took my survey at UPSM. Mostly students took my survey. Their grade level, mostly seniors and some juniors took my survey. All of them, 100% of the people who took my survey experienced a form of cybercrime. The most common types of cybercrime experienced by my participants were phishing, which is basically fake emails and messages, and social media account hacking like Instagram, Snapchat, and other social media. 100% of the participants believe that a lack of knowledge contributed to their experience. And 50% received a form. 50% of the people who completed my survey did not receive a form of cybersecurity education in school. This is the conclusion to my data analysis. Overall, my results show that cybercrime affected the people who responded to my survey. Most respondents were students, and 100% said that they had experienced some form of cybercrime. My data also supports my hypothesis. Many respondents said that a lack of cybersecurity knowledge contributed to their experience, and only 33.3% said that they had received cybersecurity education. This shows that students may not be fully prepared to protect themselves online. The most common problems were phishing messages, social media account hacking, phishing messages, and social media account hacking. These are issues that cybersecurity education could help prevent by teaching students how to spot scams, protect accounts, and respond safely. Overall, my project shows that cybersecurity should be taught more clearly in schools. Why I chose this topic and next steps. I chose this project because after school, I plan on going to school for cybersecurity or doing something related to cybersecurity. This project collects on my future career goals while also focusing on a real issue that can impact the people around me in my school and my community. And if a student were to continue my project next year, I would say that they should collect more data from the surveys, like send it out earlier, so they'll be able to collect more data, and also collect data from a larger group of students, not just seniors and juniors, because I kind of wanted to focus on the older students since they had gone through school, but I also think that it would be good if you were to continue my project, that if you collected data from younger students as well. Problems I encountered is getting enough people to do my survey, and since my research depended on students and staff's responses, it kind of affected my ability to do my presentation. And to improve this in the future, I would say definitely share this survey out earlier. These are my references. Thank you. Are there any questions? Mrs. Zoe?
Like technology scams will look like in the future as we move to more of like an AI-based and a social media-based society?
I feel like scams online will begin to look more, it's definitely going to move more in the direction of where people usually keep their money at. Like, for example, like how people in recent times have done a lot of like Cash App scams, like Zelle scams, stuff like that. I think it will be moving towards new apps and places that we store sensitive data. And I also think that it'll be a lot more automated because, like you said, we are moving towards more AI. So I think people will definitely be taking advantage of that. And that's all I have to say. Are there any more questions?
Okay. I might have missed this, but could you explain what phishing is and how like what your idea is for how we should tell students to deal with it?
Phishing and phishing is basically like fake messages. So like say you get an email from like maybe like, I don't know, an African prince telling you that they're gonna give you money, and they ask for your personal information. That's like that's a prime example of a phishing email. So in school, I think that we should definitely tell our students how to deal with them. And I think a way that we can do that is basically, I mean, in school, I think we already get like a lot of reminders not to accept fake messages and fake emails. But I think we should definitely tell students to do practices like deleting those fake messages or blocking those accounts that send them those fake messages, and definitely teach them how to spot those fake messages and tell that they're trying to get personal information from them. Okay. Any more questions?
My name is Journey Riley Lewis. This is my project on air pollution versus green space. I'm class of 2026. This is my agenda. I'm gonna be outlining the problem, my investigation, and then my results and my conclusion. This is my problem statement. People know that the Detroit metro area has poor air quality with high levels of ozone and particle pollution, which can produce a foul odor. This pollution causes issues in daily life, like playing outside or jogging, respiratory illnesses, asthma, bronchitis, and affects your cardiovascular system. Plants in places like parks and community gardens are known to help filter pollutants, but the specific impact in Detroit neighborhoods isn't documented well enough, so better modeling can help spread awareness and prevent illness. These are my scientific questions. Do areas have different levels of particulate matter, which is PM 2.5 or PM 10? And then ozone or PFAS. And then 2, how much can plants actually filter? And then 3, do the effects of green space spread the same as pollution does? I crossed this one out because the effects of green space don't spread. It just sticks to that area because it depends on the characteristics of the plant. And then for 4, I said, how can the effects of green space better be modeled? For my stakeholders, I put residents because they constantly had to experience the odor and maybe experience more symptoms that could hint to the cause of it all. I chose elders because they have weaker immune systems, so it's easier for them to get sick. And I chose children because they have classrooms with sinks where they experience a foul odor from them. And then people with respiratory/cardiovascular issues, because if the smell indicates poor air quality, then there may be particulate matter or PFAS, which are man-made chemicals in the air that can cause sensitive people to have a harder time breathing or functioning. And then for my last set, I chose wildlife because the source of the odor could also be in the soil and water, causing ecosystems to relocate or go extinct. For my primary research proposal, I said research states that plant leaves can work as a filter for particles that pollute the air. For my experiment, I'll either use a physical or digital model to record the reaction of various plants to polluted air and increase or decrease the amount of plants to test the resilience of their effects. For an observation, I could ask people to run in their polluted neighborhood and then a controlled area with many plants or trees and record their physical reactions and how they felt the difference mentally or physically. For my secondary research, it says, according to research, plant leaves, the primary receptors of particulate matter pollution, can function as biological filters to remove significant amounts of particles from the atmosphere of urban areas. And this was 2 articles that said that. For the second, we have broader observation of air pollution using satellites or computer modeling allows for a wider geographical scope, and in doing so can facilitate studies of air pollution's effects on ecosystem resilience, natural capital, and sustainable development. For my ethical standards, for experiments without human subjects/participants, we all have to adhere to the 3 R's, which are replacement, reduction, and refinement for animal research. And then we have to obtain professional approval for self-experimentation. We have to ensure data integrity, and we have to minimize environmental impact. For my hypothesis, I predict that the effects of greenery can better the air quality index of certain areas. The places I believe it wouldn't work well or is good enough is in deep city areas or high traffic areas like freeways and rush hour routes. This is how you can read the air quality index. It ranges from 0 to 50 to 301 to 500, which is hazardous. The components of air quality index are ground level ozone, PFAS, which are man-made chemicals that you can find in the soil or in the air that are resistant to degradation, and particulate matter, which is PM 2.5 and PM 10, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. This is my evidence from the primary research. I monitored the plants in a few different areas for 72 hours, and below is the link that I use to monitor websites. It tells you the AQI level, and it tells you what pollutants are in the air. This is my evidence. This is the reduction percent of the particulate matter and CO2 absorption. This is supporting research, like it supports my data, but it's also secondary research. It says texture, wax, or high-density trichomes, which are like hair growth outgrowths on plants from the stems and the leaves. They provide protection, and support from heat and cold stress. But they're considered effective leaf traits for PM capture. Consideration of these leaf traits, many of which are also associated with drought tolerance, may help to maximize PM capture. The plants I researched were maple, oak, birch, pine, and elm. Maple had high particulate capture due to it having broad leaves. The oak had a rough leaf texture, but it helped it improve filtration. The birch had moderate efficiency in urban conditions, but it could do better if it was in neighborhoods. And then pine had the highest filtration capability with like 45% because it had leaf roughness and it had a waxy coat. And then elm had an elongated oval or rectangle shape with, which recorded a strong NO2 reduction, which is nitrogen oxide. This is my conclusion. This data demonstrates that plant leaves significantly reduce airborne particulate matter in various Detroit environments. Across all tested species, reductions range from approximately 35% to 45%, with the highest efficiency observed in dense vegetation areas such as parks. Additionally, all plant types show measurable CO2 absorption rates, reinforcing their role in improving air quality. Larger leaf surface areas generally corresponded with greater pollutant reduction, suggesting that leaf characteristics are a key factor in filtration effectiveness. Overall, the results support my conclusion that urban vegetation can serve as a sustainable, natural filtration system. Expanding green infrastructure in Detroit, particularly in high traffic and industrial areas, could lead to meaningful improvements in air quality and public health. For my next steps, future Capstone students can expand or continue this project by starting their experiment/observation sooner to get more reliable results. I didn't go the observation route, but they could do that and have human participants to record the human reaction to the air created around more plants versus being around like more cars and like places with no plants, factory areas. And the results I do have can support stakeholders' lives by proving that increased foliage and greenery can provide sustainable filtration anywhere around the world, improving quality of life and environmental stability. In the future, I'll be able to use these research skills in my career because I plan to go to college for computer engineering, so I could find ways to produce technology without polluting the environment and running all the natural resources dry like fossil fuels. I could do this by creating my own energy source or perfecting something that's already made like solar energy. These are my resources. Not all of them are like from just here. I got some people who did studies in China, which help my claim that it's sustainable anywhere around the world. And that's it. Any questions? Zoe?
So just to clarify, you mentioned, I think, when you're talking about your primary research that you were going to do interviews. Did I hear that right?
No, I said experiments or observations.
For your stuff, not for the future student, for your stuff?
Yeah, for mine.
Okay, and which of those did you do, or did you do any of those?
I did an experiment. I didn't do the observation route, though.
Okay, can you explain for me again what that experiment looked like?
I was monitoring the leaves. I was monitoring their particulate matter and their air pollutant reduction percent in the areas, and I was recording how their leaf texture helped improve or hinder their filtration capability.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, I'm doing my project on how sleep patterns affect high school students' grades. Before I started, before I start, I wanted to ask everybody a question. I wanted to ask, how many of you stayed up late at night, knowing you had school the next morning, knowing you had to do some work? Okay, that's basically what my project be talking about. This is my agenda. My problem statement. Many high school students struggle to get enough sleep at home, especially on weeknights during the school year and around testing periods, due to early school starts, heavy homework, and curricular activities. My scientific questions. Does the quality of sleep, feeling rested versus tired, correlate with students' attention and performance in class? My second one is, how does late night screen use impact the total sleep duration and academic performance of high school students? My third scientific question is, does maintaining a consistent bedtime and wake up schedule improve academic performance and focus in high school students? My stakeholders, community and after school program leaders, they're in control of extracurricular activities, times, sports and stuff like that. Then we got students, their sleep is affected by the other factors, and also they probably stay up on their phone late at night, knowing they got school in the morning. We got parents and guardians, they influence bedtime and screen use. Then we got school administrators setting school policies and times that affect students. Then teachers, because they affect participation and learning and provide homework. My primary research method, interviews, surveys, interview people, asking them questions about how they feel about how they asking them questions about do they think they sleep affects their grades and does it have a big impact on them at school? And then surveys, basically the same thing but in a survey. These are my supporting articles. Basically, my supporting articles, to sum it up, it was a bunch of focus groups on college students, and they was tracking their sleep schedules, and they'd give them like different tests, and they'd change their sleep schedule and give them another test and see if anything changed on their score. Yeah. My ethical standards, I keep all information anonymous. I won't force any participation on anybody. I'll make sure all participants are comfortable, and I'll be the only person that will see the information. My hypothesis, I believe that the number of hours and quality of sleep high school students and college students get will affect their grades. If students get enough good quality sleep, then their grades will likely improve, while students who get less or poor quality sleep may have lower grades because they are more tired and less focused in class. Here's my data charts. Basically, these is from the surveys, and as you can see, most people that had good grades got to 4 to 6 hours, and everybody that was getting less sleep have not good grades, which basically supports my hypothesis that getting enough sleep will help you stay focused in class, get better grades, do better in school. In conclusion, I got other stuff after this though. But in conclusion, the data supports the idea that students who get around 4 to 6 hours of sleep tend to perform better academically than those who get less or poor quality sleep. This suggests that getting good quality sleep helps students stay focused, think clearly, and keep up with schoolwork. On the other hand, not getting enough sleep can lead to tiredness, difficulty concentrating, and lower grades. Therefore, maintaining consistent and healthy sleep habits can play an important role in improving academic performance. My next steps, basically how other students can how they can add to my project and do better things with my project. Other students are researchers could expand my project by collecting larger and more diverse samples of data. Instead of only surveying students in one group or school, they could include different ages, schools, and even locations to see if sleep affects academically in the same way across different environments. This will make the result more reliable and generalizable. Second, another way to build on my project is by tracking sleep over a longer period of time instead of a one-time survey. Future researchers could monitor sleep habits and grades over weeks or months. This will help show whether consistent sleep patterns have a stronger effect on academic performance than short-term habits. My third one, others others could also expand the project by including more variables that may influence academic success. For example, they could look at stress levels, screen time, diet, or extracurricular activities along with sleep. This will help create a more complete understanding of what really impacts students' performance. These are my references, and that's it. Any questions? Zoe?
So my question has to do with like things you've seen around the school building. I'm curious what kind of sleep deprived behavior you've seen from your peers that might suggest this problem is more widespread than other students might think.
I didn't hear that last part you said, honestly, but I heard the first part. Um, Basically, students laying down, sleeping. We see it all the time, not paying attention in class, not being focused, dozing off, daydreaming. Those are effects of being sleep deprived, which influences the bad performance on their grades.
Okay. I'm Jamere, class of 2026, and this is my capstone project that I've been working on about the effect that injuries have on adolescent athletes. This is my table of contents. The problem statement, which is the big bad problem that I'll be discussing. My scientific questions, a more in-depth look into the problem. My stakeholders, which are the people that are affected by the problem that I'm discussing, yeah. My references and my secondary research that really just supports my evidence with the problem. My problem statement is adolescents are not providing their bodies and minds with the necessary things it needs to remain healthy during a sports season. Whether that's not stretching, eating right, stuff that you usually would do to take care of yourself during the season, My scientific questions are what is the direct cause of athletes facing major injuries during their adolescent years? Meaning, what is like the overall and main thing that's causing like so many athletes to become injured? Because like, this year in basketball season, our whole team was like facing a lot of injuries, and stuff like that. And how do injuries affect them mentally and physically? Well, we know how they affect them physically, but like how they affect them mentally. Like, when you recover from the injury, are you going to play the same? Or is there going to be like a mental barrier that like you're playing with, like making it like, playing a little more timid because you're scared to re-injure yourself, And why are adolescents who are so active so prone to injury, stuff like that. These are my stakeholders. Coaches, because I mean the players, either the coaches, players, and they need them on their team to play. And some players are very key roles to some teams. So yeah, the coaches, the players themselves, because I mean, being prone to injuries, it kind of affects their game, and it kind of slows down their progress because they have to take time to recover from an injury. And then the parents are affected too because they're players, they're young. They can't exactly like just go to a doctor by themselves and, just, see what's, wrong, and all that. And then the doctors because they have to take care of the injured players. My secondary research. The first one, sports injuries may cause significant discomfort and disabilities, may reduce productivity and responsible for significant medical expenses, which basically means that an injury, can what's the word? Add on, and it won't just become an injury because if a player is like so in their head about an injury, it can lead on to like mental issues and like really mess them up, and stuff like that. And the second one, adolescents are more vulnerable to injury because of several factors like presence of growth cartilage, which is less resistant to repetitive micro-injury than a mature adult. That one, I can relate to that one because in 8th grade when I was playing basketball, I was like in the middle of like a huge growth spurt and like I broke my ankle, and I wasn't even like playing basketball that hard. So like that's a part of it. And my third one, many adolescents participate in various sports, notwithstanding the methodological problems with epidemiological data and stuff like that. That's basically saying like most adolescents, overwork themselves and play too much sport and try to be too active and their, bodies are young and they're growing and they can't, withstand all that pressure that they're putting on their bodies. Number 4, a number of psychological factors associated with injuries in serious sports have been implicated, such as anxiety, frustration. Really, that's meaning like, their injuries can lead to, like I was saying in my earlier secondary research, like the injury can lead to mental problems, making them more afraid to, return to their sport because they're scared of getting hurt again. And then 5 is basically saying the same thing, that injured athletes have higher levels of stress, anxiety, and fear of re-injury, and then that makes them less likely to fully recover. My primary research, what I did. So what I did, I interviewed a bunch of young, basketball players because that's my sport. So I interviewed basketball players, and I did it. I just asked them questions and I recorded it on my phone and my notes. And basically, I was asking them questions about how their, injury affected their daily lives and like how it affected them mentally and like how did it affect them returning to the sport, and if they ever played the same again, and if they got over that mental barrier, you know. And the interviews, I know it says they'll take place in the classroom, but I actually was at like a tryout, and there were like a bunch of like basketball players, so I just decided to do it there, and it was nice. And I also ended up interviewing a college player and stuff like that. Yeah. Ethical considerations. I took notes on my phone for the data for participation. I will only use athletes who agree, you know, with verbal consent, and they also had the right to withdraw from it at any time. Privacy. I didn't like write down any of their names, and I didn't share any information that they didn't want me to. And the challenges and solutions, some athletes may be sensitive to topics, and I was aware of that. So I tried to keep from, you know, diving deep into the personal level of it and stuff like that. My hypothesis is that if adolescent athletes take the necessary steps and time to treat their bodies and take care of their bodies during a sports season, it will reduce the chance of injury greatly and will produce better results when performing in their sport in the future when they recover. This is my interview data. Those are the questions I asked them, and the bars are basically like the amount of similar answers they had. And mainly for the first question, like how did they feel when they first got injured? I mean, most of them, rightfully so, they were sad, and you know, they just were scared to play again. And then for the second one, I mean, basically all these answers, they just, you know, they just said they were sad and like it had a bad mental effect, and it kind of like created a mental barrier that they had to get over to return to the game of basketball. And then the collegiate one, he was actually at the trial with us. He plays at Detroit Mercy, D1. And basically he said the same thing, like, but his was more, you know, emotional because like he's playing college at a D1 level and he's trying to go pro. So he straight up told me that, like, you know, he felt scared and he didn't want to lose playing time because he know like an injury could derail his entire career. And he said it was like a whole month of mental rehab he had to go to basically get over that, you know, injury because he was so scared and stuff like that. So in conclusion, there is no direct cause of what causes major injuries in adolescents because, I mean, they get injured in many different ways. The injuries sometimes make it hard for them to approach their sport in a certain way. Well, the same way that they used to play due to fear of being injured again. And adolescents are mostly prone to injury due to their bodies not developing as they play and them also not taking care of them properly during the season. For my next steps, I'm going to Grand Valley State University to major in psychology to eventually get my doctorates and become a psychiatrist who not only, you know, helps athletes, but I want to help like all demographics of people. And some advice I'd give to someone wanting to continue my project would definitely be to not just only ask like basketball players, like do volleyball, cheer, all that, different types of sports. And these are my references. I know it's kind of unorganized, my bad. But yeah, and thank you. Any questions?
My question is, how have you seen sport injuries affecting your peers on their teams? And what do you think our school specifically could do to help limit or lower the number of injuries happening?
Okay, so how I seen it affect peers on my team, basketball. So one of our players, he, you know, I think it was his leg, right? And, you know, he recovered, but he didn't take the necessary time to recover. So as he was playing, like, he was playing kind of timid, and I'm not going to say soft because, I mean, he's going through pain while he's playing. But he kind of just wasn't the same. Like, from before he got injured to after, there was like a complete steep decline in how he played and stuff. And things I think our school can do to, like, you know, improve that, I really think we need a nurse, like, honestly, because a lot of people do get hurt. And that's that. Takai. Yeah, I did. Okay. Ryan. Say that one more time. Oh, how's it gonna affect me when I go to college? Um, I mean, I can take the data that I gathered to, apply that to me, and just try to take care of myself, eat better, work out, stay in the weight room, just so I won't get injured. Yeah, that's it.
Uh, I'm Mieangelo Mitchell. The gray, you said the gray one? Oh yeah. I'm Mieangelo Mitchell, class of 2026. It's my capstone project about how music shapes teens' mental health or mindset. All right. My agenda, I'll be talking about how music affects the mind, how music molds teens' ever-changing minds, and how certain types of music affects moods for all other people. My hypothesis is that adolescents and teenagers use music to manage emotions that alters teenagers' mindsets. I also say that teens have some strong relation to the music that they listen to, which will also affect their mood. And depending on their choice of music, you know, just make you feel a different way, or you will want it to match how you feeling. My problem statement: many teens and adolescents rely on music to manage their emotions, and they also benefit off of seeking music that gives them relatability that they look for. And some people also rely on music to focus on work. Some students, even in school, high school, college, even when they need to study. My scientific questions: how does music uh, affect teenagers' minds? How does it affect teenagers specifically in America? And how does music alter teenagers' minds in Detroit and affect their adulthood? My primary stakeholders are teens who use music to regulate emotions. Also, anyone 14 through to 18 who use music as a pastime, or teens who listen to music to multitask. And my secondary stakeholders would be family, because they are around the teen that is in that emotional state, and they also would have an effect on their environment, so that would make them or their environment a secondary stakeholder. And their friends also would be a secondary stakeholder, because their friends also are well involved within that person. These are my scholarly articles. Continued. In my scholarly research, teens use music to regulate their emotions because music has the capacity to reach and interact with your emotions. This has been proved and studied. Teens also seek relevancy to the music that they chose or that they choose, and that would give them the emotional connection that they need, which also helps their emotional development skills for adulthood. My primary research proposal: I will send out a Google form so that their answers will only be sent to my email upon completion. I will also see what preferences that they also may have for the questions that I have chosen to ask them. Um, they fully understand what is being asked of them, so there really wouldn't be any confusion. I will also ask them how often do they listen to music, what types of music they listen to, and who is their favorite artist, and etc. My ethical standards: I will ensure that participants fully understand what is being asked of them, and it also ensures compliance with the Google form. When they finish the form, all results will be shown to me through email, and I forgot to add, Zoe will have the results, so it wouldn't just be me. My data got a little iffy when I uploaded, but you see, mostly people said yes, that they listen to music when they want to relax or need to regulate their mood or when they want to seek relativity. What I gathered in my study, I have found that those that use music to regulate emotions and use music frequently also have said that they use music tailored to their mood so that they can get that relativity that they seek, and that will give them comfort in that emotional state, which alters their mental health. Essentially, so I would believe my hypothesis to be correct. My plan moving forward, I would, my bad. In my survey, I had people ask Well, I had asked people, depends, listen to music on a regularly basis, if not all the time. I had some answers when my participants said that they really don't listen to music like that, and my plan would consist of providing a production of positive music that could limit the percentages of teens with mental health issues and also spread non-negative narratives and stereotypes throughout the media. And my reason I chose this topic because I firmly believe in music being used as a tool in therapy, and studies have shown that music is a good tool for relativity and gives them the skills that they would need later in life. Any questions?
Hey, I have a question about your next steps. So, what could a student next year do to build on this project? And how does this help you with your after high school plans?
What someone could do next year to add on to this, I feel like they would have better luck with more personalized interviews. You could probably ask them to show you bits and pieces of some songs or their artists, and you could probably get that inside look yourself. And how does this help my plans after school? I didn't thought about producing like after school, not after school, out of school, when I graduate. And I feel like music is just a direction I want to go towards.
My name is Shylah Patterson, and today I'll be talking about how pregnancy and postpartum affects mental health. These are my table of contents. First, I'll be outlining my problem, going over my investigation, and then results and conclusion. My problem statement is, during pregnancy and after giving birth, many women struggle with mental health challenges like depression, anxiety, or emotional stress. These problems often happen because of hormonal changes, lack of medical and emotional support, poor education about postpartum recovery, and pressures from daily life which can affect both the mother and her baby negatively. These are my scientific questions. First, I have, how does the lack of support affect a mother's mental health during pregnancy and postpartum? Second, how can social support improve mental health for mothers after childbirth? And third, how do hormonal changes during pregnancy impact postpartum depression? These are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders who are directly impacted are pregnant women and new mothers, mental health professionals, OBGYNs, nurses, and midwives. My secondary stakeholders who are indirectly impacted. Rapid hormone shifts combined with stress and big responsibilities can make mental health symptoms more intense. Effects of limited support. Mothers with limited emotional and medical support are more likely to experience postpartum depression. Strong support helps reduce stress and improves emotional recovery during postpartum. Importance of education and awareness. Lack of education about postpartum mental health leads to delayed treatment and increased suffering. Many mothers do not recognize symptoms until they become severe. They are often dismissed as normal, which allows mental health issues to worsen. Long-term mental health risks. Untreated mental health issues during pregnancy can continue into postpartum and beyond. These conditions can affect both maternal well-being and child development. Ongoing mental health struggles can affect bonding, daily functioning, and family health. Need for better screening and care. Regular mental health screening during and after pregnancy improves early detection. Early intervention leads to better outcomes for mothers. Getting help sooner improves recovery and reduces long-term mental health effects. Impact on fetal and infant development. Maternal mental health during pregnancy can directly affect fetal and infant development. This shows that mental health doesn't just affect the mother, it can actually affect the baby's development during pregnancy, which makes early support really important. Misdiagnosed and overlooked mental health issues. Not all emotional distress after childbirth is diagnosed as postpartum depression. Many mothers experience significant psychological challenges that go unrecognized or untreated. This highlights that even when mothers are struggling, they may not always get the correct diagnosis, which can prevent them from getting the help they need. Multiple contributing factors. Maternal mental health is influenced by hormonal, psychological, and social factors. These factors all interact and impact both the mother and child's development. This reinforced that the issue is complex. There isn't just one cause. It's a mix of hormones, stress, and environment all working together. Effects on parenting and child development. Postpartum depression can affect a mother's ability to care for her infant. It can also lead to long-term development consequences for the child. This shows the long-term impact. Mental health doesn't just affect the present, it can shape how a child develops. Major risk factors. Major risk factors include lack of social support, stressful life events, and previous mental health issues. These factors significantly increase the likelihood of postpartum depression. This connects back to the main idea, support and environment matters a lot. If we can identify these risks early, we can help prevent more serious issues. This is my hypothesis. If mothers experience significant hormonal changes during pregnancy and postpartum, while also lacking adequate medical, emotional, and social support and education about postpartum recovery, then they will be more likely to develop mental health challenges such as depression, anxiety, and emotional stress, negatively impacting both the mother and her baby. I adhere to all 4 ethical standards during my data collection, which are confidentiality and privacy, do no harm, data integrity, and informed voluntary participation. My primary research methods were my data will be collected through online surveys and semi-structured interviews. Surveys will include multiple choice and open-ended questions to gather both statistical data and personal experiences. Interviews will allow for more detailed responses about individual mental health experiences. This is my data analysis from my graphs. My first 2 questions were, what is your age group and what is your current status? The highest age range for my responses is between 25 and 34. 50% of those responses have given birth over 1 year ago. The other 2 questions that I asked is, how often did you feel overwhelmed or emotionally stressed during this time? And did you feel you had enough emotional support during pregnancy/postpartum? 31% of women felt overwhelmed or stressed during their pregnancy. 37.9% felt they did not have enough emotional support during pregnancy/postpartum. And the last question I asked was, who provided you with the most support? The person who provided the most support for women during pregnancy/postpartum were their partners at 51.7%. This is the summary of my interviews. The responses showed that hormonal changes during and after pregnancy can affect a mother's mental health by causing anxiety, mood swings, stress, and postpartum depression. Many participants said support from family, friends, and healthcare providers is very important because it helps mothers feel less alone and overwhelmed. Common barriers to getting help include stigma, fear of judgment, money, and limited healthcare access. Overall, participants believe that better support systems, mental health resources, and open conversations could improve maternal mental health. I interviewed 10 women from ages 24 to 50 about their pregnancy and postpartum experience. My first question was, in your opinion, how do hormonal changes during pregnancy affect a mother's mental health after giving birth? My common findings were, participants agreed that hormonal shifts after childbirth strongly influence emotions and mental health. Responses frequently mentioned mood swings, anxiety, postpartum depression, emotional instability, and overwhelming feelings caused by sudden hormone changes and sleep deprivation. My second question was, how do you think social support influences a mother's mental health during pregnancy? My common findings were every participant emphasized that support systems are extremely important. Emotional encouragement, practical help, child care assistance, reassurance, and feeling understood were all described as major protective factors for maternal mental health. The third question is, can you explain how a lack of support might impact a mother's mental health during pregnancy and postpartum? My common findings were participants constantly connected lack of support to isolation, stress, burnout, anxiety, depression, and emotional exhaustion. Many responses highlighted how mothers may feel alone or overwhelmed when they lack help. My fourth question was, what emotional or mental health challenges do you think mothers commonly experience during pregnancy and after childbirth? The most common challenges identified were anxiety, mood swings, depression, exhaustion, postpartum depression, sleep deprivation, guilt, and feeling overwhelmed. Several participants also discussed identity changes and difficulty understanding emotions. My fifth question was, what factors do you think prevent mothers from seeking help for mental health challenges during this time? The most commonly mentioned barriers were stigma, embarrassment, fear of judgment, lack of awareness, financial difficulties, lack of healthcare access, transportation issues, and cultural expectations about being strong. My last question was, what changes or improvements do you think could better support mothers' mental health in healthcare or communities? Participants recommended better mental health screenings, increased access to affordable healthcare, support groups, counseling, workplace support, and more open discussions about maternal mental health to reduce stigma. My conclusion, based on the survey and interview data, my hypothesis was proven true. Many mothers reported stress, anxiety, depression, and feeling overwhelmed during pregnancy and postpartum due to hormonal changes and lack of support. Overall, the research showed that limited emotional, medical, and social support negatively affected mothers' mental health and overall well-being. My next step, this project connects to my future career as a labor and delivery nurse or OBGYN who supports mothers during pregnancy and postpartum recovery. It helps me understand how emotional support, healthcare access, and education impact both mothers and babies. If students take this project on in the future, they could collect data from a larger and more diverse group of mothers from different backgrounds and locations. They could also include medical professionals and longer interviews to better understand long-term mental health effects. This could improve support systems and maternal health care outcomes. And these are my references. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
I have a question about the participants in your study. Without like giving away like their names or anything, can you tell us a little bit about like who they were, like maybe their age, if they've had children before? Can you talk a little bit about like the demographics of the people you spoke to?
They were mostly family and close people to me.
Like how many of them had experienced postpartum depression or been depressed or had children?
All of them. Okay.
My name is Dyson, and my project is about how music affects students while studying. My agenda, I'm going to be going over my problem statement, my scientific questions, stakeholders, and my results and conclusion. My problem statement is students often struggle while focusing and staying on task while studying, which leads to lower grades, increased stress levels, and a lack of motivation to complete their work. Over time, these challenges can make it harder for students to keep up with assignments and retain important information and feel confident in their academic abilities. My scientific questions are: how often do students listen to music while studying, and how does the amount of time affect their focus, concentration, and overall productivity while studying? What type of genres of music are most commonly listened to by students while studying, and why do students prefer certain kinds of music over others? What kind of music helps students study most effectively, and how do different music styles impact students' memory, retention, comprehension, concentration, and ability to complete assignments? My primary stakeholders are students because they're the ones like studying firsthand and completing the assignments. Music artists because they benefit from students listening to their music and they make income every time somebody listens to their music. And teachers because the students are completing their assignments. My secondary stakeholders are school counselors because they help students improve academically, and like their job is to like make students the best of their ability. Mental health professors because they work with students and help lower stress levels, and music kind of ties into that because listening to music while studying can help that. And researchers in education because they study how different learning environments affect students. My hypothesis is if students listen to music while studying, then their productivity will increase because music can improve focus, reduce distractions, and create a more comfortable environment for them. This may help students stay on task longer and complete their work more effectively compared to studying it in silence. For my supporting research, I kind of took all my articles and put them like together. These articles, their research basically says like, while music can sometimes enhance mood and motivation, it can also lead to distractions. So it's kind of based on how the student's feeling in that moment, and like based on the context of the music. My other articles, their research shows that music may help create more positive, structured, and focused learning environment, especially during tasks that require sustained attention or creativity. But these benefits, like they might not apply to every student, and also depends on the student. My primary research proposal is I'll show I'll give a quick survey. It's completely anonymous, and the participants of the survey will be asked about their study habits, how often they listen to music, and what kind of music they prefer, and how they feel like if music affects their focus and productivity, and if age and gender affect that. The goal of my study is to help determine whether students believe that music helps or harms or has no effect on their studying. The results will be used to compare experiences with findings in existing research and provide clear insight on how music impacts learning. My ethical standards are I'll make sure all the data collected is completely anonymous and students are clearly informed before participating, and their responses won't be linked to their identity in any way. The participants will also be fully aware of the purpose of the study and how the information will be used, and it will be entirely voluntary, meaning nobody will be required, and the students can they can stop taking the survey at any point without any consequence. My research findings, about half are male, half are female, and a majority of my my responses were from people above the age of 18. Most of the people said that they listen to music like 10 out of 10, like, they basically listen to music every day. A few people said 3, meaning like they barely listen to music on and off, and then there's some scattered in between. The most popular kind of music was R&B, pop, and rock, and then some music genres in between, like classical, rap, stuff like that. Most people, 2/3 of people said they think music has an effect on their productivity, and they also think that the genre of music they listen to also affects that. Like, if they listen to classical music or against like rap, will that affect how on task they are? And 20% of people just said they weren't sure, like it maybe will affect that. In conclusion, the research that I found shows that music doesn't affect all students or in tasks in the same way. Like, in some cases, calm music can help students feel more relaxed and help improve their mood, especially during like simpler tasks. But other studies show that the music can also be distracting, especially when it has like certain lyrics or like it's like upbeat and not as calm music. But the effects can also like depend on their individual like preference and how much it helps them keep on task. And overall, music can be helpful in certain situations, but it also depends on the student. Next steps for future students is they could expand their research by collecting data from like different, more diverse groups, and like help them better understand how music affects different age groups and learning styles. And they could also they could compare the effects of different genres, the volume of volume of music they listen to, and the lyrics, and see if that affects it. And they could also study how music impacts specific subjects such as math, writing, and reading. Here's my resources and any questions. Zoe.
So you mentioned that a future project could do something where they look at the difference between like math or reading or writing and like how music could help different areas. What do you think music helps the most with in terms of academics? Like what kind of class or what kind of assignments?
I would say the least helpful would probably be reading, just because it could be distracting, and like especially depending on the type of music you listen to. Like if you listen to music with lots of lyrics and like an upbeat kind of song, it could be distracting. But for things like for math, I think it could be helpful because it's just like something to take your mind off the work, and like I guess minimize distractions while you're trying to work.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Earloranda Bailey, class of 2026, and this is my capstone project, the athlete experience, which is how injuries affects how injuries affect athletes mentally and physically. This is my agenda. I will be going my primary statement, my primary research proposal, my stakeholders, my scientific questions, my secondary research, my ethical standards, my references, my solution, my next steps, and my conclusion. My primary statement, it says, in an athlete's career, injuries tend to happen very frequently all season round, and this affects the player in so many ways. By them getting injured, this affects them. This affects their skills, longevity, and their mental health, forcing them to retire from the sport and or have long-term issues. These injuries happens from intense practicing and gameplay and demanding schedules. These are my scientific questions. How often is it for an athlete to get an injury during their career? What type of injury is the most common during an athlete's career? And what is the impact of ACL tears, ankle fractures, and neck injuries on an athlete mentally and physically? These are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are the athletes and medics, and my secondary stakeholders are teammates, coaches, and families. And an athlete is the primary stakeholder because that's the one like experiencing the injury and going through the mental and physical health problems. Medics is one because those are the ones heads on with the athlete and like will be one-on-one with them during their injury and their recovery. Teammates is a secondary stakeholder because they relate to the athlete because they also play the sport, so they could also get injured and have to go through the same thing that the injured player went through. Coaches in one because say if the athlete is the star player of the team, the coaches would have to like train like strategies and come up with different game plans for the team so they like could be better and win. And last, families. Families is a secondary stakeholder because that's the one who's gonna be around the athlete the most while having to go through the injury and the mental and physical health problems dealing with them emotionally. And this is my support research. My first, it says, immediately after an injury, many athletes experience shock and disbelief what they're diagnosed with the injury. Being diagnosed with injuries can cause depression, sadness, and low motivation. Second, published by Rogers in 2023, it says, athletic injuries negatively impacts the mental health of athletes, causing them to have a low performance in the game and low confidence while facing the injury. For my third, it says athletic injury is a major stressor in itself, and athletes may experience isolation, sadness, and worry about returning to competition. Fourth, to summarize it, it says sport injury don't just affect the athlete's bodies, it also affects their mental and physical health, cause injuries such as concussions and ACL tears is the most common to cause mental and physical health problems. For my fifth one, it basically talks about how the athlete goes through the physical problems such as chronic pain and things like that. For my sixth, it basically talks about how muscle and bone injuries can lead to long-term physical health problems and difficult mental health problems. My seventh one, it talks about how sport injuries can have a major impact on the athlete and how it can cause them to have low motivation, stress, frustration, and cause them to have depression during the injury. For my eighth one, this one basically goes over just the mental health and how mental health can really affect the athlete horribly. And my knock one, it talks about both and how it can and how it can for my 10th one, for my last one, it says athletic injuries can have long-term physical effects impacting the athlete's body even years after the injury has healed. For my primary research proposal, it says for my primary research, I would be conducting surveys. Conducting a survey that will be sent to current high school athletes, alumni, and others that fall in that category. And additionally, I would have interviews with high school athletes or people that have been injured. These interviews will be conducted over FaceTime and in person. For my ethical standards, 1, informed consent, all participants would be explained the purpose of the interview and the survey. For second, my voluntary participations would choose to be part of the survey and interview and would be freely and would be allowed to stop participating at any time. Third, avoid pressure. I will avoid asking questions that may make the participant feel uncomfortable and not preserve them to have a certain answer. And lastly, for my data integrity, the accuracy, completeness, and the consistency of the data throughout the life cycle, entering and remains reliable and trustworthy. This is my data. For my first question I asked, do you still experience long-term mental and physical health after the injury? And 65% voted yes, and 35% was no. And then I asked what type of injury did they experience, with the most being a sprain, and following up with a broken ankle. And third, I asked, did your injury affect your confidence and your athletic ability? And it was voted yes, somewhat. And for my last question, I asked, did you experience any of the following after your injury? With the most being frustration and followed up with stress and depression and anxiety. My hypothesis, I predict athletes who experience injuries are more likely to face both long-term physical health problems and negative mental health effects, and depression being the most common mental health challenge. For my solution, one possible solution is for schools, coaches, and athletic programs and mental health professionals to work together to better support injured athletes, both mentally and physically. And schools and sports programs could provide access to physical therapy, resources, mental health support, recovery education, and peer support programs for athletes dealing with injuries. To move this idea forward, schools and communities should increase awareness about the mental effects of the sports injuries, provide counseling or mental health resources for the injured athlete. Third, encourage coaches to support athletes during recovery, not just physically, but emotionally also. Fourth, create a recovery program that focuses on both physical and mental health. And lastly, continue researching how injuries impact athletes at different ages and competition levels. For my conclusion, my research partly supports my hypothesis because I predicted that injured athletes will have long-term physical problems and mental health effects, with depression being the most common. With my results show that injuries do cause long-term physical health problems, but did I turn it off? So I restarted. So I restart my conclusion. Okay. I said that athletes will deal with both with long-term issues, with depression being the most common mental health effect, but they do deal with long-term physical health problems. But the most common mental health effect was not depression; it was frustration. So, yeah, my conclusion was so what. For my next steps, if someone next year want to continue this project, I would recommend them reaching out to athletes like from their specific sport and to include the different levels of athletes so it could be more diverse and accurate. I would also suggest asking more in-depth questions to better understand what the athlete faces on a daily basis. These are my references. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
I have a question about your plans after high school and how does this project or the skills you learned through this project help you with those plans?
Well, after high school, I'm going to trade school for welding. So my project though really like helped me for real, but it could better help me understand mental health is really serious and you should really take awareness before it get really bad. Any other questions?
Okay, what's going on, everybody? This is my project. How does working affect students during the school year? Here's my agenda. I got my problem statements, scientific questions, stakeholders, secondary research, primary research, ethical standards, hypothesis, evidence from primary research, data analysis, results and conclusion, next steps, and full references. Problem statement. Many high school students work during the school year, which can affect their academic performance, stress levels, sleep, attendance, and ability to balance school with job demands. Here are my scientific questions, my three main scientific questions. How does working during school hours influence teenagers' academic performance, including grades, attendance, and homework completion rate? What impact does employment during school have on teenagers' cognitive development, stress levels, and overall mental well-being? What are the benefits and disadvantages of students working while in school? Here are my stakeholders. You got students, parents, teachers, employers, school counselors. The reason why these are my stakeholders because students may balance responsibility, parents may worry about the stress or grades, teachers may notice attendance and performance, employers depend on student workers, and counselors help students manage their time. Here is my secondary research. The three main ones that relate to my scientific questions are the first, second, and the third one. Students who work while balancing school responsibilities may have experienced less time and energy for homework and studying. My second one, students who work a job should have more sleep than students who doesn't work. My third one, students who have jobs and those who participate in extracurricular activities should still get the appropriate amount of sleep. Here's some more of my secondary research. Here's my famous quote: "The journey of 1,000 miles must begin with a single step." Here's my primary research. For my primary research, I'll be conducting a survey for students who work and don't work. My purpose for this is because I need to compare how employment affect grades, stress, and sleep and time management. I will need 10 to 15 school students. I preferably mix of students who work and students who don't work. The materials I will need is a Google form survey to collect data and analyze. Here are my ethical standards. To follow my ethical standards, I will make the survey voluntary, keep the responses anonymous, avoid harmful questions, and report results honestly. Here's my hypothesis. If high school students work too many hours during the school year, then their grades and sleep stress levels will be negatively affected. However, students who work moderate amount of hours may gain responsibility and time management skills. Here's my evidence for my primary research. These are a couple questions I asked on my survey. How many hours do you work each week? 50% says 21 plus, 35.5% says 6 to 10, and 12.5% says 1 to 5. My second question, I asked them, how often do you feel too tired to complete schoolwork because of your job? 35.5% says always, 12.5% says often, another 35.5% says sometimes, and another 12.5% says never. I asked them, do you think working has helped you become more responsible? 100% says yes. I asked them, do you feel more stressed because of schoolwork and responsibilities? 12.5% says no, and 87.5% says yes. I asked them the grade level. My primary research shows that many students who work during the school year feel tired and stressed balancing work and school, but also gain responsibility and experience. Here's my data analysis. I asked them how many hours of sleep do they get on school nights. Most people really really said like 5 to 7, 5 to 6 hours to sleep. It shows my data analysis shows that many students who work during the school year get limited amount of sleep on school nights, which affect their energy to focus and performance. Here are my full references. Full references part 2. I couldn't put them all on there. Here's my final references. Here's my conclusions and my next steps. My capstone projects showed that working during the school year can make students feel tired, stressed, and lose sleep, which may affect their school performance. However, working also helps students gain responsibility and experience. Here are my next steps. Helping students balance work and school better, encouraging flexible work schedules for students, conducting more research with more students, and promote healthy time management skill habits. Thank you for your time. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
I want to ask about your plans after high school and how this project or what you learned throughout this project will help you with those plans.
Okay, so my plans after high school is I plan to continue working where I work at, but I also want to go to culinary school to be a chef. And how can this help me is because I can balance and manage school and work at the same time. Just I need a more flexible schedule and like more time to study and get enough sleep. Yes, Miss Hamilton.
Great job, Devin. What would you recommend? We have some underclassmen sitting in the room right now that might be thinking about starting work maybe this summer and through the school year. What would like your recommendations be for like what a good work life school balance would be?
Okay, so me personally, when I started my first job, I started during the summer. I took my weekends away. That's just me personally. But I advise you, if you do want a job and you do want to work, yeah, go ahead work. But when school start to come around, I advise people, get with your managers, your head managers, and have a more flexible schedule.
Okay, hold on. Hello? Okay. Okay, my name is Amber Gildersleeve, and this is my capstone project, Food for Teens. This is my agenda. Problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, articles, reference slides, primary research, hypothesis, and ethical research, etc. Okay, first is my problem statement. Many teenagers rely on mostly convenient snacks after school or really just in general, I feel like. And this is important to me because I feel like we not really knowing what we eating. Like, I'm just trying to spread awareness. Okay, these are my scientific questions. Are teenagers getting the proper nutrients at home and school? Do teenagers understand the nutrition part on the back of snacks, like with chips, cookies, all that? What if there were a positive outcome to teenagers eating junk food? What is the percentage of teenagers being affected by junk food, and how can teenagers be more aware of the after effects of eating unhealthy food for a long period of time? These are my stakeholders. Teenagers, I really say, like, not really teenagers, but any age that can just go to the store and get their own type of snacks for real. And then I'm gonna say parents, adults, because they usually go grocery shopping, so they'll come back with the snacks and stuff. Okay, these are two main pieces that I wanted to stay on with my my articles. So my first one is talking about how there's been a decrease and increase from like a 16% to it wasn't that much of a difference, but it was a difference over the couple of years, like 2003. It says 2004, but it was really to like 2006. And then my other one is talking about how unhealthy diets can affect like our growing process. Okay, these are like all my articles, but I will be talking about some of these in my next slides. Okay, these my reference notes to one of the videos. This is just talking about how our brain works and how certain things can affect our brains. Like sugars and fibers, or how like they can connect, like how they connect, how like 2% of our brain is like, oh, I said that wrong, my bad. 2% of our brain weight is like 20% of like our body, give or take. So it does play a big part, even though our brain is small. It plays a big part. Okay, this is just a fun fact about like with chips. So if you was to get a small bag of chips, the calories is like 250. Say you get a regular bag of chips, that's 11 servings. But on the bag, it'll tell you like one serving is 250 calories, but that's 11 calories. I mean, that's 11 servings in one bag. So you just had to do the math. That's 11 times like what, 250? Okay, this is my primary research proposal for confidential and consent. Just make sure, like, if it's anonymous, if you want to be anonymous. If not, you can give a name. Privacy is really like most of your answers is coming to me. So if you're okay with that, then it could just be between me and you. Keep away from harm is really just that, in a sense. No harm can be done. It's really just me and you one-on-one. And no bribing will be done or threatening. It's not that serious. Okay, my hypothesis. My hypothesis is if teens are more aware of how effective snacks are to home-cooked meals, it could probably make a change, for our future or our future kids, for better alternatives. Ethical standards, again, it'll be kept mostly between me and Zoe. Not many people can really see the answers, but they can see the results. They wouldn't know who it was regardless. Okay, these are my interview questions, though I didn't get to interview people, but do you get snacks whenever you go into any kind of stores? What kind of snacks would you say are the best? Do you think knowing more about what you will eat will change your opinion? Excuse me. How much do you know about the nutrition facts on the back of snacks. If there are any snacks you disapprove of, what would they be? And these are my survey questions. Do you eat snacks every day? Are you aware of healthier snack options? Do you read the nutrition facts before buying? Do you think too many snacks can affect brain health? Would you choose healthier snacks if it was available to you? And it really varies because some of my questions were yes or no, but I also had the option if they wanted to give their own answer. So for do you eat snacks every day? Like 24 people mostly said yes because like yeah, you have it as a side. Like, and then are you aware of healthy snack options? Yes, but people don't really like it's not really good flavor into it, so people don't do it. But most people said, yeah, they aware, they just don't like it. Do you read nutrition labels? Yeah, 15 people answer that, but most of it was no, and that they didn't really care. And then the rest was yes or no, or like really what they would want to say questions. Okay. So this is my conclusion. I found out that teenagers might not be aware of what's being really put in our bodies. Based on my research, students, or mostly a lot of people we see and know are going off of what's good and taste, but not health. My findings, I found out that there are serving sizes on each bag that's the same, but the math is different. So some people might think that's the only calories they'll be getting, and it's not. I wrote my hypothesis because I feel teenagers or people around me are as aware as they should be of what they put in their body. And then this is the second part to my conclusion. My connection to the future is really not connected to the future other than just helping people be aware, giving more fun facts and how this can be carried on. I would say, because my project is really just about awareness, like just to, let people know a little more. It's not to stop anybody from doing what they've been doing. It's just to let you think more about what you're doing. Thank you. And any questions? Zoe?
I actually have a question about school lunches here. I'm curious what you see our school lunches doing right or wrong, and then how does snacking at this school affect like student health when it comes to like nutrition and food?
Okay, I'm gonna say the snacking part because I remember that more. I say the snacking part. I feel like the effects. I feel like so what we do becomes our habit. So if we eating just a snack and we supposed to be doing something else, like that's showing how it's messing with our brain. Like that's an effect. That's a brain effect right there. So yeah. Oh, that's it.
Alright, my name is Lamont, and today I'm doing a Capstone project on how drugs can control and kill. So this is my problem statement. I got my stakeholders, scientific questions, research, secondary research, and my hypothesis. This is my problem statement. Drugs are becoming more and more of an issue as time progresses, and its negative effects can lead to long-lasting substance abuse, especially to the youth. This is most impactful to me and my community members shown in the video because we all have fallen victim to drug use and family members that drugs gave a different direction to. Let me see. This is an article pertaining to the statistics of how drug overdose has increased over time. So as you can see, since 2016, drug overdose has increased. It went down a little in 2024, but now going into 2026, it's going all the way back up. More people are overdosing, especially at younger ages. And I feel like it's something that we all should pay more attention to because a lot of the youth actually does do drugs, but they don't see the consequences it can have. My stakeholders are my friends. This is because some of our closest friends are victims of or know people who have overdose. And things like this, they tend to want to keep to themselves. Then my school counselors as well, because I choose the counselors because they are the people you go to when you have problems and need a confined space to express those problems, or you need somewhere to go, you usually go to a counselor. I also use my family because a lot of family members have overdosed, and my family, 3 of them have actually, and I want to make a change so people can stop doing drugs and see the effects and the long-lasting cost of these. As well as schools. Schools, because we need to raise more awareness in schools of overdosing, mainly because 90% of students in every DPS or charter school fall victim to drug use by their freshman year of high school. A lot of freshmen do drugs. My solutions. Now, these are my scientific questions. Excuse the little error. What are the long-lasting consequences of drug abuse? What are the most common reasons to start? What are the most common reasons people start using drugs and become addicts? And what are age groups that people tend to abuse drugs the most? Our aim is to educate the younger generation who use drugs to cope with the problem that come with these drugs they abuse. It's more than just a drug you use and it's harming your body. The goal is to spread awareness and get more schools to educate the youth more on the dangers of drugs and how the consequences can be more severe than the feelings drugs give you. These are a couple of my resources and articles that I used. Give me 1 second. Now, these are my ethical standards. Nothing stated in an interview and or survey will be viewable to anyone except for me and Zoe, in which I will use this information for data that I will be analyzing regarding the drug habits of students outside of school for my senior capstone project. All answers are authentic and have received verbal consent to share all data that is shown in this project. My hypothesis. My hypothesis is that I predict that if a person don't know how to handle stress, then they tend to use drugs to help cope with stress because drugs distract people temporarily from ongoing stress in their lives. When you ask a lot of people why they do drugs, 75% of people tend to say stress or a lot of stress, especially with family, that people tend not to share. And after doing my research and the data and collecting all the evidence, sadly, I was true. My hypothesis is true. So from the data taken by the surveys, each quarter a student goes through school, drug use becomes more consistent to them and the community. Like, when people start off in school, they don't tend to use drugs, but as the school year progresses and the work becomes more, people tend to call that stress, in which they use that as a reason to use drugs. And a lot of friends, they peer pressure and try to invite others into using drugs, and that's when it starts to become an addiction to others. One second, let me see. Oh, no, hold on, it's supposed to be 2 videos. Technical difficulties. Give me 1 second. I'll just do the conclusion. Anyways, drug overdose is something that people don't talk about enough. A lot of people do drugs and they post pints of lean and packs for the drug abuser image and social media attention, but don't nobody talk about how drug overdose on these drugs daily, and the youth in our community taking these drugs are only getting younger. We need to be more proactive and help educate the youth on the damage that these drugs do and actually prosecute those bringing shame to those selling these drugs in our community. If not for the community, then for the generation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions? No?
Hey, Lamont. I had a question about what you would suggest if someone next year wanted to like continue with this project. What would you suggest they do to sort of expand on what you've started?
Well, I'm actually starting in a page and as well as a website so that if people did want to contribute to the cause or they did want to try to continue this next year, they could help develop it with us and our resources. Yes.
I saw that you had more articles, but you didn't really talk about them. Could you go back to those 4 citations and talk a little bit about what you learned from those articles?
Yeah, no problem. So all these articles are pertaining to the drug overdoses that have been happening. So it says, first of all, first responders play a role in the United States opioid drug crisis, a public health emergency that's claimed many lives. So a lot of first responders respond to overdoses. A lot of them respond to cause, and they don't tend to help as much as they could, and they don't tend to, even as police spread awareness of these people who are overdosing from drug abuse, none of the news as well. Like, they show you a lot of people die. They show you a lot of the bad things in the economy, but they don't show you things that really matter, like the youth and how the generation is going down slowly but surely. Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Do I sound good? Okay. My name is Gamyia Bubrowski, and my project is on skincare problems and products. This is my agenda and all that I have. For my problem statement, everyone goes through pimples and dark spots. They struggle to remove it off their face. A lot of people struggle with pimples, dry skin, or even their face itching. Some people are not satisfied because most products only help with the face and not all, which makes people feel uncomfortable about themselves. The breakouts are mostly due to hormone changes, sweaty hair products, and also bacteria. For my scientific questions, I said, what ingredients or treatments are most effective for the skin problems across all three? What are the main causes of acne and irritation that appears on the face, back, and the scalp? What specific products or ingredients can we use that do not irritate the skin? For my stakeholders, I said adults, babies, and teens. And at the bottom, I said dermatologists, skincare websites, skincare routines, and beauty channels. For my secondary research, my article provides great skincare routines for different skin types, which supports my project. It tells you ways you can avoid it to keep your skin healthy and moisturized. Shows you products you can get to help with the skin, very good products you can purchase, gives you steps and methods you can do on the skin, asking you if you really need these products. It provides the basic on routines. It gives you DIY tips you can make at home for the skin, tells you things you need to prevent for a clear face, gives you different types of creams you can use for the face. For my primary research proposal, my accomplishments, this research will help me understand how common skin problems are among students and what products they use. By comparing the results, I can see if certain products are linked to better or worse skin. My interviews, I will make sure all participants are comfortable with the questions. I will ask students about their skincare problems. For my ethical standards, y'all, I did not add all of them, but what I said was all participants will be informed about the interview results. If you didn't participate, that's okay. You can stop at any time if you feel anything is wrong, and also make sure they understand the questions. For my hypothesis, I said if students or adults are using face wash, spot cream, sun cream, vitamin C, night cream, and lotion, it will reduce pimples, dark marks, and line better than not using them. For my evidence for primary, 46.7% of boys that I talked to have problems with acne and light breakout, and 53.3% of girls have problem with dark spots, acne, and dry skin. And on the other side, these are just other struggles that I got from classmates and participants that I interviewed. 25% struggle with acne, the ages between 14 and 16. 15% struggles with dark spots, girls between 18 and 16. And 60% struggle with hormone problems, the ages between 18 and 21. For my data analysis, the most common skin problems I got was acne, pimples, dark spots, dry skin, and black pimples. The effects that most of my classmates said was hormones. Many people believe it is due to puberty or makeup due to the ingredients. Some of my classmates say they form due to dirty pillows. Some also said it's due to the oils they apply to their skin. Some people said it formed due to popping it on the face or touching the face. And some treatments that they said that they use, wash and moisturize the face daily, use CeraVe or African soap, do a face treatment, also use a cleanser, wash the face, and use sun cream. You could also use a ice routine, soak in the face for a minute, or you could use bio oils. My conclusions. Part one of my conclusion, proof of problem statement. I found my problem statement accurate because it talks about skin issues like pimples, dark marks, and lines, all common and relevant to all three age groups, like teens, babies, and adults. Acknowledge gaps in scientific questions. I focus on age groups or skin considered making it difficult to get results across teens, babies, and adults. There is limited data on less common causes on rare skin conditions affecting these areas. Confirming stakeholders. These groups are important because they are affected by skin problems or helping provide advice and products, no changes to it. My proof of hypothesis. It is true because the combinations of products like cleanser treatment, sun cream, and moisturizer directly addresses the problems than no treatment. Conclusion for next steps. Try testing different products on various skin types and ages, considering doing a survey or interviews to get more real-life feedback. Also focus on long-term effects, not just short-term results. What I learned is how important it is to choose the right skincare products for different people. I also learned about the research methods and how to find reliable information. Some challenges I struggled with was finding reliable information because some are not trustworthy. My next step is to attend the police academy after high school. The skills I developed, like careful observation, following procedures, and clear communication, are important for police work. These are my references. Any questions? Zoe?
Yeah, so just to clarify, you did interviews, correct?
Yeah.
When you did those interviews, did you notice any of these skin conditions on your participants? And like what ones specifically did you see a lot of?
Yes, the most that I seen was dark spots, because I know most people like to pop their pimples on their face, like because they don't like it. So yeah, that's mostly what I seen. Any more questions?
Okay. Hi, my name is Dahlia Tucker, and this is my capstone presentation, More Than Just Hair, Understand Your Texture and Identity. Here's my agenda, outlining the problem, problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, my investigation, hypothesis, article research, data analysis. My results and conclusion is data results, next steps, and Q&A. Problem statement. Many high school students struggle to properly care for their hair due to the fact they don't understand their hair texture. This lack of knowledge often leads to using the wrong products, heat damage, breakage, matting, and slower hair growth. By learning about different textures and how to properly care for them, students can maintain healthier hair, feel more confident, and improve self-expression through their hairstyles. Scientific questions. How does understanding hair texture affect students' hair health and growth? How can identifying hair texture help students choose the right products and styles? What challenges do high school students face in learning how to properly care for their hair? Why do you think students lack a lot of education about their hair? What was the most common thing students didn't know before? Why is education important for hair health? Stakeholders. High school students with textured hair want to better understand how to care for their hair and reduce issues like dryness, breakage, and scalp irritation. Students who struggle with hair confidence want to feel more confident in their appearance and learn how to properly maintain their natural hair. People with limited hair care knowledge often rely on family or social media for information and may not have access to proper hair education. Students experiencing hair damage or breakage need guidance on routines and products that help restore and maintain healthy hair. My hypothesis: if high school students lack knowledge and resources about hair care, then they will be more likely to struggle with maintaining their hair and experience issues such as dryness, split ends, and difficulty maintaining thicker hair textures. What factors influence high school students' ability to properly maintain their natural texture? Here's my primary research, trying to accomplish. Many high school students struggle with self-expression and confidence because they lack basic knowledge about natural hair care. This can lead to issues such as breakage, traction, alopecia, dandruff, scalp inflammation. Hold on. Scalp inflammation, excessive dryness, and product buildup. Solutions. I collected data through surveys and article research and used the results to create a simple hair care guide. The guide includes tutorials that teach students proper routines and helpful products to improve overall hair health. Invest in your hair. It is the crown you never take off. Here are my articles. The articles basically talk about scientific research on like the hair structure and how scalp conditions can affect your appearance, and how your natural hair, like not taking care of it, can affect your physical and mental health. Here is what I learned from the article research. Different hair textures, 1A to 4C, need more different care routines and products. Straight and wavy hair, 1A to 2C, benefit from gentle washing, light moisturizing, and careful detangling to prevent frizz and oil buildup. Curly and coily hair, 3A to 4C, need more moisture, protective styles, and gentle detangling to help prevent dryness, breakage, and tangles. The lack of knowledge about natural hair care or using the wrong products can lead to problems like dryness, breakage, dandruff, scalp irritation, traction, alopecia, and product buildup. Some articles explain how to no, some articles explain how heat damage chemicals and tight hairstyles can weaken hair and damage the scalp over time. The sources also discussed how hair can affect appearance, like your confidence, self-expression, self-esteem, especially for younger girls and black girls. How this helps my project. Protective styles, consistent hair routines, and avoiding too much heat helps all hair types to be healthier. Teaching teens about what their hair type needs, like products, moisture, and care routines, can improve both hair health and confidence. The research helps guide my project by showing what common hair struggles help people. Wait, what? My project basically just shows how I can help you, with your hair confidence, and I'm gonna show you how to take care of your hair, basically. Here's more information I learned. Straight hair gets oily faster because scalp oils move down the strand easily. Wavy hair, 2A to 2C, can change textures depending on how hot it is outside. Loose curls, 3A to 3B, often look like they glow. They grow slower, but they are just shrinking when curled, which is actually a good thing. Tighter curls, 3C to 4C, are more prone to dryness and breakage because it bends more. 4C hair has the most shrinkage and can look shorter than it actually is when it's dry, which is actually a good thing. Yeah. Here's my survey data. Here's my ethical standards applied. Students' names and any identifying information will remain confidential, and all survey responses will be kept private. Participation will be completely optional, and students will be informed of the purpose of the survey before taking part, with the ability to skip any question or withdraw at any moment without consequences. The process will be non-invasive and will not cause any physical or emotional harm. All data collected from surveys will be recorded honestly and presented accurately without being altered or misrepresented. More respondents were between the ages 17 to 19 years old, making up about 71.4% of the survey, while 28.6% were ages 14 to 16. The most common hair types in my survey were 4B and 4C at 30 each, showing that coily hair textures were the majority. I asked students how often do they wash their hair, and most of them said not often, with about 47.6% washing it less than once a week, a smaller amount washed weekly, and very few washed daily or after every hairstyle. I asked students, do they think they have enough knowledge about their hair, and about half of the participants said that they feel confident in their hair knowledge, while the other half said they only feel somewhat or unsure. I asked students who taught them how to take care of their hair. Most of them said from their family, while the other half said they learned on their own, and a smaller group has said that they learned from social media. The most common used hair products were oils, shampoo, and conditioner. 19% also mentioned leave-in conditioner and heat protectant. The most common hair issue reported was breakage, followed by dryness, frizz, and scalp irritation. Breakage was the biggest overall. I asked students, how do they style their hair? Braids, twists, and quick weaves were the most common styles. Many participants said they choose these styles because they are low maintenance and help protect and grow hair. And most participants also straighten their hair. About half of the participants said they feel slight pressure from peers and social media to style their hair a certain way. Here's my data analysis. The data shows that many students deal with dryness and breakage and also struggle to keep their hair properly moisturized because of not having a consistent washing and care routine. This points to a gap in hair care education, especially when it comes to textured hair types and understanding how to properly moisture correctly. Here's the next steps. Since a large number of participants reported that they have curly, coily hair, which is 3A to 4C, they reported that they had dryness, breakage, and scalp irritation. So the next slide will help them learn how to properly wash and detangle their hair and style it. Step 1, fully wet your hair with water. This step is important because you need to moisturize your hair, which water is also the first form of moisture. And it allows the hair to properly absorb products like leave-in conditioner or like oils. Starting on damp or fully wet hair helps reduce dryness and makes it easier for products to penetrate the hair shaft. Avoid applying your products on dry hair because it can make it hard for moisture to seep through and it can lead to buildup. Step two, shampooing. Once your hair is fully wet, you should start with a sulfate-free shampoo. I recommend Design Essentials Almond and Avocado Moisturizing Shampoo, which helps gently cleanse the hair without stripping natural oils. You can find this product at local beauty supplies, Target, online, stores like Marshalls, TJ Maxx, or Amazon. This step helps remove buildup while keeping moisture in the hair, which reduces the dryness and scalp irritation that everybody reported. Step 3, conditioning/deep conditioning. After shampooing, you should always use a conditioner and a deep conditioner to help bring moisture back and make your hair stronger. A good option is Design Essentials Almond and Avocado Conditioner because it softens and helps detangling your hair. For deeper care, you can use Camille Rose Algae Renew Deep Conditioning Mask or Briogeo Don't Despair Repair Deep Conditioning Mask. Many people who use Briogeo says it helps with dryness and makes their hair feel more soft and more hydrated and easier to maintain. This step is important because you don't want your hair to be too dry or not really have any moisture, because once it doesn't have moisture, then it can lead to dryness and breakage and stuff. Step 4, after conditioning, some people use a treatment mask such as Briogeo Density, or a more affordable version is TGIN Honey Miracle Hair Mask, leaving it in for a few minutes before rinsing it out with lukewarm water. Lukewarm water helps prevent dryness by not stripping the hair of its natural moisture before blow drying or using any heat tools. It is important to apply a heat protectant because heat can cause dryness and breakage, especially at the ends of the hair. Instead of combing your hair from the roots to the ends, you should always separate your hair into 4 or 2 sections and comb the hair starting from the ends and work your way up to the roots. This helps reduce knots and breakage. And here are some products that I recommend. Styling guide. Always apply a leave-in conditioner or light moisturizer before styling to keep the hair hydrated and prevent it from drying out during the day. Styling textured hair works best when it is damp, not fully dry or soaking wet. Damp hair helps products soak in better, which helps the hair be more moisturized and helps reduce breakage. Low maintenance styles like twists, braids, or blends are good because they protect the hair and help prevent damage, especially at the ends. It is important to avoid styles that are too tight since they can pull on the hair and cause breakage. Instead of rubber bands, I suggest using soft hair ties because rubber bands can cause too much tension and lead to breakage or damage, especially at the ends. When straightening, always start with fully dry hair and use a heat protectant. Always make sure your hair is fully dry. Ceramic flat irons are often better for thicker hair, especially coily hair, since they heat more evenly and are less harsh on the hair. Titanium flat irons are often better suited for 1A to 2C hair textures because they heat up quickly and work well on less dense hair types. Always keep heat below 400 since higher temperatures can cause heat damage, dryness, and split ends. Avoid going over the same section multiple times. At night, make sure that you wear something to protect your hair because if you sleep without like a bonnet, it can cause, tension and you can get split ends. Conclusion and next up. This research helped me understand how hair care habits, knowledge, and outside influence such as family and social media affect the health of coily and textured hair. I learned that many people experience dryness and breakage because of lack of knowledge on how to properly care for their hair. This highlights that we need better hair care education so people can understand and manage their hair. Even though I will be attending OCC to study health education, health science, and later enter a sonogram program to become an ultrasound technician, this topic is more closely connected to my personal interest and hobby of doing hair. Any questions?
We are over time, so we're going to stop there. If you have any questions for her, please feel free to check in with her one-on-one. I'm sure she's more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. That is the end of Capstone 2026. Thank you all so much for joining us. Can we get a round of applause for all the seniors?